Chapter 50-28. Lu Ming didn't care about Zhu Tian's attitude towards him. He wasn't afraid of Zhu Tian's revenge. In fact, he wanted Zhu Tian to take revenge on him so that he could exchange him for a few top-tier source-level divine herbs. Senior Sister Mulan's is fine. I obtained 4 top-tier source-level divine herbs and 20 ordinary ones, Lu Ming pondered. In this way, Lu Ming had 12 top-tier source-level divine herbs. He had 12 days in a month to refine the source spirit medicinal liquid. His cultivation speed would definitely increase by a lot. Lu Ming, Mo Sha suddenly called out to Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at Mo Sha. This guy had just regained his freedom. What was he trying to do? Lu Ming, do you want to know how we caught your senior sister Mulan's? Mo Sha asked. Lu Ming didn't say anything. He just stared at Mo Sha. He knew that since Mo Sha had said so, he would definitely say it. Of course it was someone from the human race who secretly informed us. They used a trick to kidnap a good friend of your senior sister Mulan's called Du Ling. They forced Du Ling to send a message to Mulan's and ask her to come out. Then, we waited outside and captured Mulan's. Mo Sha sneered. What? Who is it? How despicable. Damn it. The human experts of the Tsangqing divine realm were all enraged. This was equivalent to betraying their own race and the human race. They deserved to be killed. Who is it? Lu Ming asked coldly. His voice was very cold. In fact, he had already guessed who it was. However, it was best for Mo Sha to say it. Pang Xiao. Mo Sha sneered. The reason he said it wasn't to help Lu Ming find the culprit, but to sow discord. If he said it, Lu Ming definitely wouldn't let it go. He would definitely cause trouble for Pang Xiao. This would further intensify their hatred. Why not let the human race have internal strife? As for betraying Pang Xiao, sorry, but was he close to Pang Xiao? Pang Xiao, it's actually Pang Xiao. Back then, he lost face in front of Lu Ming. It must have been for revenge. I didn't expect Pang Xiao to be so narrow-minded. Many humans were very unhappy and looked down on Pang Xiao. If this person could betray Lu Ming today, he might betray them in the future. Many people secretly decided to keep a distance from Pang Xiao in the future. Sure enough, it's Pang Xiao. I guess Lu Weiyang also contributed a lot. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. How could he not know Mo Sha's motive? But he didn't care. He wouldn't let Mo Sha and Lu Weiyang off. I wonder how senior sister Mulan's injuries are. Then, Lu Ming was worried about Mulan's injuries, so he bid farewell to Fu Yuan and the others and left. After Lu Ming left, Fu Yuan and the others also left. Then, the 9 demonic spider, the Dark Heavens warriors, and the others also left. And Lu Ming's name spread to the 6 major forces of the Western universe at an astonishing speed. Not long after, Lu Ming found Mulan's in a relatively hidden fragment of the continent. Mulan's face was still a little pale. But her aura was stable, and she was fine. But Lu Ming knew that when Mulan's escaped, her injuries must have been very serious. Because more than 10 days had passed since then. After more than 10 days of treatment, Mulan's injuries were still not healed. Obviously, her injuries were not light. The killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes became even colder. Senior sister, let's go. Let's return to the Ashen Cyan divine realm first. You can heal yourself, Lu Ming said. There were some places in the Ashen Cyan divine realm that were suitable for healing and would be helpful to Mulan's. Junior brother, you went to the abominable land? You fought with Zhu Tian and Mo Sha? Mulan's asked with concern. Although Lu Ming was standing in front of her, she couldn't help but worry. Yes, I did. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly explained what had happened. Senior sister, what's wrong? When Lu Ming finished speaking, he found that Mulan's mouth was slightly open, and she was looking at him with a shocked expression. Junior brother? You really defeated Enchanting? Mullins asked softly. Yes, I won by luck. If it was a life-and-death battle, I might not be able to kill him. After all, he isn't a creature of the chaotic universe and is suppressed by the chaotic universe. If we weren't in the chaotic universe, I might not be able to defeat him, Lu Ming said. However, the shock in Mullins's eyes didn't fade away. Instead, it became more and more intense, and finally turned into deep admiration. True enough, no matter where junior brother Lu Ming goes, you are the most outstanding. Initially, I thought that I had a fortuitous encounter and had already surpassed you. It seems that I was too naive. The gap between you and me has widened again. Mullins said. Senior sister, don't think too much. No matter what your cultivation base is, I won't let you leave. I will always protect you. Lu Ming held Mullins's hand and said. Mullins's face was slightly red, and her heart was filled with sweetness. She snorted softly. Senior sister, enter my chaotic ring. I will bring you back to the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm, Lu Ming said. More than 10 days later, Lu Ming returned to the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm. After returning to the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm, Mullins went to a special place to recuperate. Although more than 10 days had passed and Mullins's injuries had healed, he still couldn't be careless. Lu Weiyang, Pang Xiao, Lu Ming's eyes burst out with shocking killing intent. His figure flashed and disappeared in the air. Lu Ming's first target was Lu Weiyang. However, when he arrived at Lu Weiyang's residence, he found that Lu Weiyang wasn't there. Did he hide? Then let's go to Pang Xiao's residence. Unless you hide and never return to the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. Pang Xiao was very famous in the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm. His residence was easily found out by asking around. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at Pang Xiao's residence, outside a very large palace. The Ashen Cyan Divine Realm was vast and sparsely populated. Pang Xiao's palace was very luxurious. Lu Ming's spiritual sense spread out and immediately shrouded the palace. He immediately sensed that there were many people inside. Among them, the auras of Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao were inside. Boom! Lu Ming's aura erupted. Cold killing intent surged into the palace like a tide. The people in the palace suddenly felt a strong pressure, as if dozens of stars were pressing down on them. Pang Xiao, Lu Weiyang, get out here. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His voice was very loud as he dashed into the hall. Within the palace, Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao were rather pale. This Lu Ming really did come. Lu Weiyang was rather panicked. The thought of Lu Ming's strength made him shiver. Let's go and meet him. I don't believe that he really dares to attack us. Brother Feng, we'll have to rely on Brother Feng. Pang Xiao clasped his fist to a youth next to him. This youth was called Xiao Feng. He was also a supreme genius and another invincible god lord of the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm. Chapter 50-29. Xiao Feng was a helper that Pang Xiao had invited. I'll do my best, but Lu Ming was able to defeat Shi Tianting, so he might not give me face. Xiao Feng bitterly smiled. If it were anyone else, he would have stepped in and helped Pang Xiao block the attack. But Lu Ming was able to defeat Shi Tianting. There was no doubt that he had broken through 4 times, so he could only do his best. If it were an Origin Realm expert of Pang Xiao's faction who had once shown great kindness to Xiao Feng would not want to get involved in this mess. Besides Xiao Feng, there were also a few other experts that Pang Xiao had invited. Brother Feng is too modest. With so many of you here, that Lu Ming won't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, he'll offend all of us, and he'll find it very difficult to move around the Azure God realm in the future. Pang Xiao said. Pang Xiao was very confident in this point. After so many years of development, the Azure God realm had naturally developed into factions of various sizes. Almost half of the factions in the Azure God realm were involved in these invitations, so they were extremely powerful. Swish! 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 Pang Xiao and the others took to the air and flew out of the hall. Before he could leave the hall, he saw Lu Ming standing in the air outside the hall. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao couldn't help but feel nervous. They couldn't help but feel nervous in front of Lu Ming. He doesn't dare to touch me. He doesn't dare to touch me. Pang Xiao inwardly encouraged himself, and then he stared at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you've come to my residence in such an aggressive manner. That doesn't seem to be against the rules, does it? Against the rules? Lu Ming gave a sinister smile and said, what rules do I need to follow to kill someone? Lu Ming's eyes brimming with killing intent made Pang Xiao and Lu Weiyang shiver and involuntarily take a few steps back. Lu Ming, what's the meaning of this? Who do you want to kill? Pang Xiao shouted. Pang Xiao, are you asking the obvious? You colluded with Mo Sha and Zhu Tian to secretly capture Zhu Tian and deceived my senior sister Mulans, letting her fall into the hands of Zhu Tian and Mo Sha. You deserve to die 1,000 times for your sins. Lu Ming said coldly. Slander. Mo Sha is slandering. He's trying to drive a wedge between us and cause internal strife. Lu Ming, you're a peerless genius. Can't you understand this? Pang Xiao shouted. Of course, he wouldn't admit it. He pushed all the blame onto Mo Sha and said that Mo Sha was slandering him, trying to sow discord. Even if someone suspected that he did it, he could not admit it. If he admitted it, his reputation would be completely ruined, and he could forget about staying in the Azure Divine Realm in the future. Anyway, as long as he didn't admit it, who could say that he did it? Can you provide evidence? Anyway, Du Ling had already been killed by them. Pang Xiao sneered in his heart. Lu Ming sneered as well. He already knew that Pang Xiao wouldn't admit it, but so what? He was here to kill today, not to listen to Pang Xiao's explanation. You don't have to deny it. I'm not here to listen to your excuses. I'm here to kill you. Also, Lu Weiyang is involved now. I'll send you to hell today. Lu Ming said coldly and stepped forward. The cold killing intent made the temperature of the scene drop sharply. Pang Xiao and Lu Weiyang's faces turned pale. They kept retreating with fear in their eyes. Lu Ming was here to kill them. Lu Ming was really here to kill them? Why was he so bold? There were still a few hundred years before the Source Tribulation was over. Wasn't he afraid of death? However, Lu Ming's murderous intent was unmistakable. It was too cold. Did Lu Ming really want to kill them? Lu Ming, you're trying to frame me. I didn't do anything to your senior sister. By killing the innocent, you're making an enemy of the entire human race in the Azure Divine Realm. Pang Xiao bellowed. He wanted to use his momentum to suppress him. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to move forward step by step. He was firm and powerful. His murderous intent was like a tide. Instead of weakening, it was getting stronger. Pang Xiao and Lu Weiyang kept retreating, their faces even paler. Brother Feng, help me out. Finally, Pang Xiao looked at Zhao Feng's group. Brother Lu, this one is called Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng stepped forward and stood between Lu Ming and Pang Xiao, clasping his fists. You want to interfere? Lu Ming coldly said. He had naturally heard of Zhao Feng's name. The number of invincible god lords in the Azure Divine Realm could be counted on one hand. How could he not know? He hadn't been in the Azure Divine Realm for long, but he had already heard of Zhao Feng's name. But so what? It was just an invincible god lord. Why would he care? Brother Lu, this might not have been Pang Xiao's doing. Why don't you give me some face and just let it go? Zhao Feng said. That's right, Brother Lu. How about we just let this matter go? Killing Pang Xiao won't do you any good, Brother Lu. The other young men also stepped forward and said. Scram. If you don't scram, you'll die with Pang Xiao. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. With a cold bellow, the war god's spear appeared in his hand. Lu Ming, you. Zhao Feng and the others were enraged. They had never imagined that Lu Ming would not give them any face. Yes, Lu Ming was strong. He had broken through 4 times, and no one in the Azure Divine Realm could compare to him. But no matter how strong he was still a God Lord. Once the origin tribulation was over, what would a God Lord be? They all had powerful experts standing behind them. Lu Ming was not giving them any face at all. He was telling them to scram, and if they didn't scram, he would kill them as well. How arrogant. Boom. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to waste words, so he simply swung the War God Spear. The War God Spear rapidly expanded until it was the size of a mountain range as it hurtled toward Zhao Feng's group. Oh no. Block it. Zhao Feng and the others grimaced. They hadn't expected for Lu Ming to be so arrogant as to attack without giving them any leeway. They could only do their utmost to block. There was a boom, and the experts led by Zhao Feng were blasted back, all of them vomiting blood, their faces pale. Even Zhao Feng, who had broken through 3 times, vomited blood. Deep shock appeared in their eyes. Strong, too strong. Lu Ming was too strong. Was this the power of someone who had broken through 4 times? Only by personally fighting with him could they truly understand how terrifying Lu Ming was. An invincible God Lord who had broken through 3 times was far too weak. I said, if you don't scram, we'll kill you all. Lu Ming coldly barked. Zhao Feng and the others all paled. They sensed that Lu Ming really would do as he said. If they continued to interfere, Lu Ming really would kill them. Pang Xiao, I've done my best. You're on your own now. Zhao Feng suddenly clasped his fist and then vanished into the distance in a streak of light. Zhao Feng. Pang Xiao roared, despair in his eyes. Farewell. The others also clasped their fists and left. No, no. Pang Xiao and Lu Weiyang were truly panicking. When they saw Lu Ming's chilling gaze, their bodies went cold. Lu Ming, don't be impulsive. You have unparalleled talent and broken through 4 times. You have a chance of becoming an immortal in the future. You have a great future, but if you kill me, my grandfather, my father, and the others won't let you go. There's no need for you to take me down with you. It's not worth it. Pang Xiao roared. Chapter 50-30. Pang Xiao roared, threatening and begging for mercy. He was already a little submissive. He had to calm Lu Ming down first. He had already decided in his heart that as long as he could calm Lu Ming down this time, he would find a hidden place to stay for a few hundred years and wait for the origin tribulation to pass. As long as the origin tribulation was over, he would tear Lu Ming into pieces. Don't worry, when the origin tribulation is over, those people behind you will be obedient. If you want to court death, I will send them to accompany you. Lu Ming said coldly and then stabbed out with his spear. Swoosh. The sharp spear light went straight for Pang Xiao's glabella. No, no. Ah, Pang Xiao roared crazily and then tried his best to resist. A suit of armor appeared on his body, enveloping his entire body within. At the same time, he used all his strength to launch a killing move. There was no doubt that the divine weapon and armor Pang Xiao used were all top-notch. With his background and backing, it was not difficult for him to get a set of top-notch divine weapon and armor. However, his attack was completely vulnerable in front of Lu Ming. Under the pressure of the War God Spear, his attack directly collapsed. With a ding, the War God Spear accurately pierced Pang Xiao's glabella, but it was blocked by the top-notch divine armor. However, there was still a terrifying force that passed through the armor and bombarded Pang Xiao's head. Pang Xiao screamed, feeling that his head was about to explode. His head was completely deformed. Even with the top-notch divine armor, he couldn't block Lu Ming's attack. With one move, Pang Xiao was seriously injured. Go, go! At this moment, Lu Weiyang was almost scared to death and frantically fled into the distance. While Lu Ming was dealing with Pang Xiao, he wanted to take the opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had already locked onto him. With a palm strike, a continent appeared above Lu Weiyang's head and pressed down. Bang! Lu Weiyang was directly blasted down and smashed into the ground. Even with the protection of the battle armor, his body was shattered like a pile of mud. Although he wasn't dead, he was hanging on by a thread. Help, help. Lu Ming is crazy. He slaughtered his own kind. That's a capital offense. Someone save me. Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao let out miserable shrieks and cries for help. In the distance, there were still people watching. Unfortunately, no one dared to save Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao. One reason was that Lu Ming's combat power was too strong. No one in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm was a match for Lu Ming. Even if all the invincible divine masters in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm joined forces, they probably wouldn't be able to stop Lu Ming. The second reason was that Pang Xiao and Lu Weiyang had most likely betrayed Mulan's. Although Pang Xiao tried to deny it, they weren't fools. It was such a simple matter that they could figure it out with a little deduction. Also, someone had specifically looked for Du Ling, but Du Ling seemed to have disappeared from the world. Everyone knew that Du Ling had most likely been killed. Since Pang Xiao had done such a thing, no one would bother to save him. Therefore, they pretended not to hear. Today, no one can save you. Lu Ming charged at Pang Xiao again. Ah, Lu Ming, if you kill me, you won't have a good ending. You will also die. Pang Xiao let out a shrill cry. Bang! Lu Ming directly lashed out with his spear and hit Pang Xiao's body. Pang Xiao's body crackled as his bones shattered. His body flew out horizontally. However, Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared in front of Pang Xiao. He swept out with his spear again. In this way, several consecutive attacks were launched. The terrifying power penetrated the battle armor and directly blasted Pang Xiao into pieces. Pang Xiao's body and soul were destroyed. Then, Lu Ming grabbed Pang Xiao's battle armor and divine weapon with one hand. Of course, he also grabbed Pang Xiao's storage bag. Then, Lu Ming looked at Lu Weiyang. Lu Weiyang was almost scared to death. His guts were all broken. Lu Ming, spare my life. I beg you to spare me. I'll do anything for you in the future. I'll be your slave. I beg you to spare me, Lu Weiyang began to beg miserably. In the distance, some people despised Lu Weiyang. He was too spineless. In order to survive, his bones were soft. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Why didn't you think about this when you dealt with me time and time again? Did you think that you could kill me before? Lu Ming sneered. He didn't bother to pay attention to Lu Weiyang's begging and directly attacked. Lu Weiyang's combat strength was even worse. His defense was worse than Pang Xiao's. He was killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. At this point, Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao were both killed. Lu Ming put away Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao's storage pouches and came to Tianlan Court, waiting for Mulan's to come out of seclusion. The news that Lu Ming killed Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao quickly spread throughout the Changqing Divine Realm, causing a great uproar. Some people thought that Lu Ming shouldn't have killed Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao. It was forbidden to kill people of the same race in the Changqing Divine Realm. It was a serious crime. They said that Lu Ming was too arrogant because of his strength and should be severely punished. Of course, these people only dared to whisper behind his back. They didn't dare to stand out and shout. There were also people who thought that Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao should be killed. They actually colluded with Mo Sha and Zhu Tian to frame Mulan's. They wanted to use Mulan's to force Lu Ming. This kind of behavior was despicable and deserved to die. The Changqing Divine Realm was noisy for a while before it calmed down. In the end, no one stood up for Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao. But everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. The origin source tribulation would be over in a few hundred years. At that time, Lu Weiyang's grandfather and the person behind Pang Xiao would awaken. They definitely wouldn't let Lu Ming go. At that time, there would probably be another storm. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After a month, Mulan's finally came out of seclusion. Her injuries had healed and there were no hidden injuries left. After Mullins came out of seclusion, the two immediately set off and left the Tsangqing divine realm. That's right, they were going to the demon race's sacred ground. In less than a year, the restrictions of the demon race's sacred ground would weaken. Lu Ming wanted to enter the demon race's sacred ground to save Huang Ling. The demon race's sacred ground was called the Thousand Demon Mountain. According to the information that Mullins had found, in the primeval continent of the last era, the primeval demon race had several sacred grounds. The most important sacred ground of the demon race was the Dragon Phoenix Immortal Palace. However, there was no trace of the Dragon Phoenix Immortal Palace in the current ruins of the universe. Some people speculated that the Dragon Phoenix Immortal Palace had been destroyed in a shocking battle at the end of the primeval age, or that the demon race's unparalleled experts had taken the Dragon Phoenix Immortal Palace out of the primeval age. Although the Thousand Demon Mountain wasn't the most important sacred ground of the demon race, it could be ranked in the top 5. After a while, Lu Ming and the others came to a place not far from the Thousand Demon Mountain. They sat cross-legged in the void and waited quietly. The Thousand Demon Mountain didn't look big. It was suspended in the void and looked like 100,000 feet tall mountain. It was surrounded by layers of restrictions. However, Mullins said that there was another world in the Thousand Demon Mountain. Chapter 50-31. From the outside, the Wanyao Mountain didn't seem to be big, but once one entered, they would discover that the Wanyao Mountain was incomparably huge. During the prehistoric era, the Wanyao Mountain was the paradise of the demon race. Countless demons lived inside, and it was like a kingdom of demons. It would be about 9 months before the restrictions of the Wanyao Mountain weakened. They cultivated while waiting. Time passed very quickly, and 9 months passed in the blink of an eye. One could clearly see that the restrictions around the Wanyao Mountain were rapidly weakening. "Senior sister, according to our agreement, wait for me outside." Lu Ming stood up and prepared to enter the Wanyao Mountain. This was something they had discussed beforehand. Lu Ming would enter the Wanyao Mountain alone. Originally, Mullins also insisted on entering the Wanyao Mountain with Lu Ming, but Lu Ming disagreed. His reason was that if the two of them entered the Wanyao Mountain together, if an accident happened and both of them were trapped, it would be troublesome. No one would be able to find help for them. Lu Ming entered alone while Mullins waited outside. Once Lu Ming was trapped, Mullins could still find help. At the very least, he could wait for the great calamity of origin to pass and go to the Heaven Destroyer to find Fei Huang and the others to save him. This was a foolproof plan. In the end, Mullins couldn't dissuade Lu Ming and agreed. However, she was still worried when things came to this. Junior brother, Mullins wanted to say that she would enter the Wanyao Mountain with Lu Ming, but she was stopped by Lu Ming. "Senior sister, I'll leave my safety in your hands. Once I'm trapped, I hope you can call for reinforcements for junior brother." Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then, "Junior brother, be careful," Mullins said worriedly. "Senior sister, I'll see you later." Lu Ming smiled and turned into a ray of light, rushing towards the Wanyao Mountain. Not long after, Lu Ming appeared on the left side of the Thousand Monster Mountain. Before this, Mullins had already told Lu Ming about the situation of the Wanyao Mountain in detail, including the information that Mullins had found after checking the ancient books. She had explained everything clearly. The left side was where Mullins and Huang Ling had mistakenly entered the Wanyao Mountain. It should be a place where the restriction was particularly weak. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Mullins and Huang Ling to enter with their cultivation. After arriving at the address, Lu Ming rushed in. Although the restriction had weakened, it was still there. Lu Ming suddenly felt a wave of pressure, but for Lu Ming, it was nothing. Back then, even Mullins and Huang Ling could enter, so how could it be difficult for Lu Ming? After breaking through layers upon layers of restrictions, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened. What entered his eyes was an endless stretch of mountains, vast plains, and tall, lofty, and strangely shaped buildings. There was indeed another universe within the Thousand Monster Mountain. Only by entering it would one know how vast and boundless it was. However, it was dead silent inside. As far as the eye could see, there were no living creatures. Even the desolate qi was extremely thin. Although there were dense plants growing, there were no divine medicines. Although the desolate chi here could grow plants, it could not nurture divine medicines. The Thousand Monster Mountain looked too desolate. Now that the universe has recovered, why is the Thousand Monster Mountain still so dead silent? Could it be because of that layer of restriction? Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he decided on a direction and flew forward. Mullins told him that they had an accident in a huge palace. Moreover, there were demon spirits in the Thousand Monster Mountain. The so-called demon spirits were actually formed by the indestructible will of the demon clan that had died in the Thousand Monster Mountain. They did not have intelligence and would chase after living creatures when they saw them. Back then, Mullins and Huang Ling had fled to that palace because they were chased by the demon spirits. In that huge palace, they had mistakenly entered an illusion array and the two of them were completely separated. Mullins had been trapped in that palace for many years. After going through a lot of hardships, she finally walked out of the illusion array, but there was no trace of Huang Ling. She guessed that Huang Ling should still be in that illusion array. Fortunately, that illusion array was not dangerous. It only made people fall into layers of illusions, and it even made people feel like they had fallen into reincarnation and experienced different lives. She guessed that Huang Ling had fallen into the illusion and was unable to extricate herself, which was why she had not escaped for a long time. Lu Ming only needed to enter the illusion array and bring Huang Ling out. Mullins had already told Lu Ming the route they had taken back then in detail. After Lu Ming entered the Thousand Monster Mountain, he went straight to the huge palace. As for the other surrounding buildings, Lu Ming did not check because Mullins and the others had already checked and found nothing. Even if there was something, Lu Ming was not in the mood to check. He had to find that palace as soon as possible and find Huang Ling. Roar. 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 Suddenly, roars sounded from the surrounding mountains and rivers. Then, a few black figures appeared out of thin air and pounced towards Lu Ming. Demon spirits. These demon spirits looked like a few fierce tigers, but their hair was longer and their teeth were longer, like sharp swords. However, their bodies were not corporeal, but illusory, like souls. These were all formed by the indestructible will of the demon clan that had died in battle. Demon spirits, demon souls, indestructible fighting spirit. In many ancient battlefields, when many experts had died in battle, similar strange things would be formed. Therefore, any ancient battlefields where many experts had died in battle would be very dangerous. Lu Ming had experienced such a place more than once. Forbidden power circulated, condensing into a long spear and sweeping out. Bam! 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 Several demon spirits directly exploded and completely dissipated. The demon spirits here were not very powerful. At least, compared to Lu Ming, they were not very powerful. Back then, Mullins and Huang Ling could withstand it. For the current Lu Ming, it was really nothing. Lu Ming did not reduce his speed and rushed forward quickly without any fear. Not to mention whether there were demon spirits with combat strength above the origin in the Thousand Monster Mountain, even if there were, they would not appear under the origin tribulation. Therefore, Lu Ming did not have any scruples at all and charged forward. He turned into a spear light and flew through the air. Wherever he passed, the demon spirits in front of him all exploded. 2 hours later, Lu Ming saw a huge palace. It was the peak where Huang Ling was trapped. Back then, Mullins and Huang Ling took half a month to escape here. Lu Ming only took 2 hours. Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness completely enveloped the palace. Soon, Lu Ming found the location of the illusory formation. Swoosh! Lu Ming dashed into the hall. Like a phantom, he shuttled through the hall and arrived at the back of the hall in no time. Lu Ming looked at the bamboo forest behind him and pondered. This bamboo forest was an illusory formation. Once one entered the bamboo forest, they would fall into the illusory formation. Qiuqiu, once I fall into the illusory formation, you have to remind me. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu had always been wearing Lu Ming's wrist in the form of a bracelet. Qiuqiu was heartless. Ordinary illusory formations did not have much effect on him. Chapter 50-32. Qiuqiu was more simple-minded. To put it bluntly, it was heartless. The illusory realm did not have much effect on it. Lu Ming himself was not confident that he could withstand the illusory realm's attack. If he couldn't, Qiuqiu could remind him or even attack him to get him out of the illusory realm. At this moment, Lu Ming couldn't help but miss Dandan. If Dandan was here, he wouldn't have to worry about this illusory realm. Sure enough, Dandan was reliable sometimes. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Then, Lu Ming no longer hesitated and stepped into the bamboo forest. Suddenly, the surrounding environment changed drastically. Lu Ming found himself on a mountain peak. In the distance, the sun was setting in the west, dyeing the sky red. "Brother Ming, come, Yao salutes you." Suddenly, a clear voice came from beside him. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. There were ripples in his heart. He was very familiar with this voice. Even if countless years had passed, he might not forget it. Lu Yao. This was actually Lu Yao's voice. "This is Emerald Cloud Peak outside Firestorm City." Lu Ming whispered with a complicated expression. Back then, it was here that Lu Yao began to fall out with him and dug out his bloodline. It was also from this day onwards that his fate had completely changed. The illusory realm had actually pulled him here. Illusory realms were usually based on the hidden things in the depths of the person's heart. Could it be that he still hadn't completely let go of that matter and Lu Yao? No, I've let go. Lu Yao has completely become the past. After so many years, Lu Yao should have died of old age and turned into bones, Lu Ming whispered in his heart. Then, he turned his head and saw a delicate and beautiful face. If it wasn't Lu Yao, who else could it be? Lu Yao held a wine glass, her big eyes blinking. Her eyes were filled with adoration as she looked at Lu Ming. "There must be poison in the wine," Lu Ming said indifferently. Lu Yao's hand froze in midair. Her beautiful eyes were filled with bewilderment as she stared at Lu Ming. "Brother Ming, what did you say? Are you joking with Yao, Joking? The reason you treat me to a cup of blood snake orchid wine every day is nothing more than to nourish your bloodline. Your goal is to seize my bloodline. As long as I drink this cup of wine, I will be at your mercy, right?" Lu Ming said coldly. Brother Ming, Lu Yao's body began to tremble. Her large eyes were filled with tears as she stared at Lu Ming in a daze. Her eyes were filled with doubt, disappointment, pain, and disbelief. "Brother Ming, Yao has always been true to you." Yao really didn't expect Brother Ming to treat Yao like this. What did Yao do wrong? Why is Yao so unbearable in Brother Ming's heart? Lu Yao finally couldn't hold back her tears any longer. But Lu Ming was unmoved. He sneered and said, "Still acting at this time? All right, since Brother Ming doesn't believe me, then I'll drink this cup of wine to prove my innocence." Lu Yao wiped her tears, picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lu Yao to drink this cup of wine by herself. Then, he carefully observed Lu Yao and realized that she was completely fine. She didn't seem to be poisoned. What's going on? Lu Ming grabbed the wine cup, dipped his hand into the remaining wine, and put it into his mouth to taste. It was indeed blood snake orchid wine, but it wasn't poisonous. How can this be? Why isn't it poisonous? Lu Ming was puzzled. Brother Ming, are you hiding something from Yao? Have you been bewitched by someone else? The person who bewitched you is really hateful. Lu Yao gritted her teeth with a hateful expression. There was no sign of her acting at all. Lu Ming didn't pay attention to Lu Yao. His brows were tightly knitted. What's going on? It doesn't match what happened back then. Did the illusory array deliberately change it? But illusory arrays are usually reflected in the depths of the person's heart. It's a weakness that they don't want to face. Most living beings had a weak side in the depths of their hearts. It was just that most of the time, it was deliberately hidden. And illusory arrays magnified this weakness to break the defense of the person's heart and make them fall deep into it, unable to extricate themselves. Therefore, Lu Ming couldn't figure it out. Why would the first illusion he saw after entering the illusory array be Emerald Cloud Peak and Lu Yao? Moreover, Lu Yao didn't poison him. Could it be that Lu Ming still missed the past deep in his heart? He missed the relationship between him and Lu Yao when he was young. He even missed Lu Yao and hoped that Lu Yao didn't want to harm him back then and didn't want to seize his bloodline. No, I've already let go of the past. It must be the doing of the illusory array. Lu Ming kept telling himself. Brother Ming. Brother Ming, Lu Yao kept calling out to him. Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao. To be honest, this illusory array was very powerful. Everything didn't look like an illusion. It was completely real. Lu Yao's small hand grabbed his palm. It was warm, soft and real. Lu Ming's eyes showed a trace of trance, as if he had really returned to his youth. The scenes of the years he spent with Lu Yao also appeared in front of his eyes. I thought I had completely forgotten, but I didn't expect that I still remember it so clearly. Did I really not let it go? No, it's just a kind of nostalgia. Lu Yao has already turned into a skeleton, right? Lu Ming whispered in his heart. Back then, when the primordial realm of the Heaven Realm was facing a great calamity, he had transferred most of the living beings in the minor kiliacosm to the primitive universe. However, Lu Yao was not among them. Needless to say, with Lu Yao's cultivation base, she wouldn't have been able to live for so long. Everything is illusory. Dissipate. Lu Ming suddenly yelled. His voice was like thunder in spring, causing heaven and earth to rumble and tremble. Then, cracks appeared on the ground and the void, constantly collapsing. Lu Yao's figure also kept becoming illusory. Brother Ming, what's going on? What's wrong with Yao? Brother Ming, I'm scared. Save Yao, Lu Yao looked at her body that was constantly fading and panicked. Her beautiful big eyes were filled with fear. She reached out to grab Lu Ming, but her body was illusory. She grabbed nothing and passed through Lu Ming's palm. Brother Ming, Yao, is scared. Don't you want Yao, anymore? Are you going to abandon Yao, again? Lu Yao's hands kept grabbing Lu Ming. Her eyes were full of fear and longing, hoping that Lu Ming would save her. What's going on? Lu Ming found it difficult to calm down, and waves rose in his heart. This isn't right. This illusion had clearly been broken by Lu Ming. According to common sense, Lu Yao wouldn't do anything and would only dissipate with the illusion. But now, something was wrong. Everything was too real. Lu Yao seemed to be a real existence. Lu Ming couldn't figure it out. This was beyond his understanding. Lu Ming didn't know that the pool of blood on the yellow mud road was constantly shining. Chapter 50-33. Brother Ming, Lu Ming, I hate you. In the end, Lu Yao let out a cry and her body completely dissipated. Before she dissipated, Lu Ming clearly saw that Lu Yao's eyes were filled with resentment. She seemed to be resentful that Lu Ming didn't save her. What's going on? What's going on? Is it because I still can't let go of Lu Yao in the depths of my heart, or is it because of this illusory formation? Lu Ming frowned and couldn't figure it out. At this moment, the previous scene had already disappeared and changed into another one. This scene was naturally reflected in Lu Ming's heart and also attacked Lu Ming's weakness. Originally, with Lu Ming's tenacious mind, he could completely guard against it and not fall into the illusory formation. However, the resentful gaze of Lu Yao when she was about to disappear would appear in his mind from time to time. That gaze was too real. Therefore, a flaw appeared in Lu Ming's mental defense line. After the flaw appeared in his mental defense line, he unknowingly fell into the illusory formation. Suddenly, a piercing pain came from Lu Ming's wrist. The bones in his wrist were about to break. The surrounding illusory formation collapsed all of a sudden and Lu Ming broke free from the illusory formation. It was Qiuqiu who saved me. That was close. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and secretly thanked his lucky stars. Fortunately, he brought Qiuqiu with him. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. I can't be careless from now on. Lu Ming shook his head and shook off the image of Lu Yao in his mind. His mind became clear again. Soon, Lu Ming fell into a new illusory formation. However, this time, Lu Ming was prepared and didn't fall into the illusory formation. Soon, he broke free from the illusory formation. Just like that, Lu Ming experienced 9 layers of illusory formations. When the 9th layer of illusory formation disappeared, the bamboo forest in front of Lu Ming reappeared. He passed. Lu Ming understood that he had passed through the illusory formation. Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze shifted. Up ahead, Lu Ming saw a pitch-black vortex. Teleportation portal. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this was a portal. Could it be that Huang Ling has already passed through the illusory array and entered this portal? Lu Ming pondered. However, he wasn't sure. What if Huang Ling was still in the illusory array? What if she was still in the bamboo forest? Previously, he had been trapped in an illusion and did not have the chance to find the phoenix spirit. Lu Ming, do you want to enter this bamboo forest to search? I shouldn't have fallen into an illusion, Qiuqiu said to Lu Ming. Alright, then be careful. Lu Ming nodded. This was the only way. What if Huang Ling was still in the bamboo forest? Qiuqiu didn't say anything else and flew straight into the bamboo forest. Lu Ming did not have to wait too long. Half a day later, Qiuqiu returned. Lu Ming was relieved. It was good that Qiuqiu was fine. Then, he looked at Qiuqiu expectantly. Lu Ming, I've already looked around and didn't find any trace of Huang Ling. In fact, there's no living creature in this bamboo forest. Qiuqiu said. No, could it be that Huang Ling really passed through the illusory array and entered this portal? Lu Ming pondered. Since she wasn't in the bamboo forest and didn't leave, she could only enter this portal. However, where did this portal lead to? Could it be that there were still secrets in Wanya Mountain? Lu Ming finally decided to enter the portal. Since he had already come this far, there was no reason to retreat. If he retreated now, wouldn't he be abandoning Huang Ling? Impossible. With a thought, the top source-grade armor appeared and covered Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming also grabbed the battle god's spear in his hand. He circulated his forbidden power and prepared to deal with the danger. Then, he took a step forward and entered the portal. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in an unfamiliar place. Where is this? Lu Ming found that he was standing on a mountain peak. The mountain peak was extremely high. Looking into the distance, he could see very far. What entered his eyes were all lush mountain peaks. The plants were lush and full of vitality. Moreover, Lu Ming felt that the desolate qi was extremely rich. It was even richer than the current desolate universe. At the same time, Lu Ming found that there was a rock in the sky. Yes, the sky here was not the sky, but a solid rock. On the rock, there were special stones inlaid, emitting a bright light, like small suns. Is this place inside the Wanya Mountain? Is the interior of the Wanya Mountain a world of its own? Lu Ming made such a guess. Because from the rocks in the sky, this place was very similar to the interior of the Wanya Mountain. Or, the structure of the Wanya Mountain was special and could absorb the desolate qi outside the Wanya Mountain and store it inside the Wanya Mountain. This could explain why the surface of the Wanya Mountain was still dead silent even though the universe had recovered. Roar! Suddenly, a few loud roars interrupted Lu Ming's thoughts. In the forest, a few giant beasts rushed to the sky and rushed towards Lu Ming. Monsters! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There were a total of 3 giant beasts. 2 were like giant wolves and 1 was like a gorilla. The 2 giant wolves were 10 meters tall and 20 meters long. As for the gorilla, it was over 20 meters tall. The 3 giant beasts were extremely fast and their auras were shocking, causing a gust of wind. Swish! Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed. A huge palm was formed and grabbed at the 3 behemoths, shrouding them within. Boom! The palm collided with the 3 giant beasts. Lu Ming felt his palm shake slightly. What a strong power! This is definitely the monsters of the desolate universe, much stronger than the monsters of the small thousand worlds. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. These giant beasts were all first-level divine masters, but their strength was shocking and their blood was boiling. Moreover, they could launch terrifying attacks, which should be demonic arts. The desolate universe monsters were born with all kinds of powerful demonic arts that were passed down from generation to generation. The monsters of the small thousand worlds couldn't compare to them and were much stronger than the major races in the universe. Lu Ming was even more certain that this was the interior of the Wanya Mountain. There were still desolate universe monsters inside the Wanya Mountain. Lu Ming used a little force and pressed the 3 desolate universe monsters to the ground. Then, Lu Ming turned into a beam of light and rushed forward. At the same time, he spread out his spirit consciousness and began to search for the phoenix spirit. Roar! Roar! Roars were heard along the way. They were all desolate universe monsters with different cultivation levels. The weak ones were below the immortal state level and the strong ones were divine masters. However, these monsters couldn't stop Lu Ming. None of them could keep up with Lu Ming's speed. Lu Ming didn't want to waste time with these monsters. He flew while looking for the phoenix spirit. There were many divine herbs in this land, so Lu Ming didn't want to bother with them. Now, Lu Ming wasn't interested in anything that wasn't source-level divine herbs. In less than an hour, Lu Ming had flown a long distance. Unfortunately, he didn't find any trace of Lu Ming. The interior of the Wanya Mountain is huge. Searching like this is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Why don't I let these monsters help me find, Lu Ming thought. Chapter 50-34. The demons inside the Wanya Mountain were natives here. If they helped to find Huang Ling, the efficiency would definitely be higher than Lu Ming's alone. Of course, how could these demons help, so Lu Ming could only take action. Bang! Lu Ming slapped out and pressed a green eagle to the ground. Human, how did you break in? The green eagle roared, its voice full of confusion. You don't have to know how I got in. Now, I want you to help me find someone. Lu Ming said. You want me, a noble demon, to help you, a lowly human? No way. The large green condor shouted loudly. It raised its large head and was extremely arrogant. Lu Ming curled his lips. Indeed, it was said that during the primeval continent, the demons of the primeval continent looked down on the human race. Even though the human race later dominated the primeval continent and was stronger than the demons, many demons still looked down on the human race and thought that they were the noblest. They thought that the human race only developed by taking advantage of the war between the demons and the Wu people. The green eagle in front of him was obviously like that. Bang! Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with it. He stepped on the head of the green eagle and waved his hand. A forbidden force flew into the green eagle's forehead. Despicable human, what did you do to me? The green eagle roared. I placed a strand of power in your sea of wisdom. With just a thought, I can sever your soul. You'd better behave yourself. Lu Ming said coldly. The green eagle's eyes changed, but it lowered its arrogant head in the end. It had no choice. Its life was more important. If you want me to find someone, you should at least give me a portrait. The green eagle said. Have you seen this woman before? Lu Ming waved his hand and Huang Ling's portrait appeared. No, but I can help you find her. The green eagle said. If you had news earlier, it would have helped you extract that power earlier. If it was delayed too long, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to control that power. Lu Ming said meaningfully. The cyan eagle's face turned ugly. It wished it could beat up Lu Ming. But in the end, it succumbed to Lu Ming's power. It obediently lowered its head, flapped its wings, and disappeared into the sky. Then, Lu Ming did the same and controlled the other primordial world demons to help him find the phoenix spirit. In 3 days, at least a few hundred primordial desolate Aeon demons were controlled by Lu Ming to spread out and help him search for the phoenix spirit. Which human brat dares to control my Yao clansman? He's courting death. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the distant sky. It was like thunder, causing the sky to explode. Several berserk auras swept over. 5 or 6 demons flew towards Lu Ming. Of the 2 demons flying at the front, one was a flying snake with a pair of wings. It was extremely huge. The other demon looked like a fierce tiger, but its body was snow-white like a white tiger. Perhaps it had the bloodline of the white tiger. The white tiger was also a powerful race among the primordial world demons. Peak Divine Master. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. These 2 monsters were both at the peak of the Divine Master realm. As for the 4 demons at the back, Lu Ming actually knew them. That was because these 4 demons were controlled by Lu Ming to search for the Phoenix Spirit. It seemed that these 4 demons were unwilling to be controlled and had found helpers. Not bad, not bad. Lu Ming was not angry. Instead, he was happy. Controlling the stronger demons was more effective than controlling the weaker ones. The powerful demons could command the other demons. Wouldn't it be faster to search for the Phoenix Spirit? Lu Ming wanted to find powerful demons, but he didn't find any. Now, the other party had come to him. The flying snake and white tiger demons were extremely fast. In an instant, they were not far away from Lu Ming. Their berserk auras rushed towards Lu Ming like raging waves. However, to Lu Ming, it was like a gentle breeze. It didn't affect him at all. Human, how did you get in? The white tiger stared at Lu Ming with wide eyes. Help me find the person I'm looking for first, and I'll tell you. Lu Ming said. You don't have the right to negotiate with us. Boy, tell us obediently and extract the power in their sea of consciousness. Then, we can let you go. The flying snake shouted coldly. Its voice was sharp and piercing. Let me go? I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do that. Lu Ming sneered. No need to talk nonsense with him. Just take him down and he'll obediently submit. That white tiger snorted coldly and pounced forward. Its huge body was like a bolt of lightning, charging toward Lu Ming. Its huge sharp claws scratched toward Lu Ming, bringing about a violent force. First break. As soon as the white tiger attacked, Lu Ming could sense that its combat strength was at the first break, which was equivalent to the strength of the strongest Lord of Heaven. Of course, this was just a preliminary judgment. If the other party was still holding back, it would be difficult to judge. Combat strength could only be judged when it was completely displayed. On the surface, Lu Ming was no different from an ordinary peak divine master. Lu Ming punched out and collided with the white tiger's claws. Boom! Crack! After a violent explosion, there was the sound of bones breaking. One of the white tiger's claws was deformed and twisted. Its huge body was pushed back. The white tiger looked at Lu Ming in shock. It had used almost 80% of its strength in that attack. Lu Ming was also a peak divine master, so it didn't dare to underestimate Lu Ming. But it didn't expect that he would be injured as soon as they exchanged blows. However, its claws wriggled quickly and were covered by a layer of white light, quickly recovering. What a strong recovery ability. The primordial chaos demon race's bloodline talent isn't just for show. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Among the 3 strongest races of the primordial chaos, the demon race and the Wu people were much stronger than the human race. The demon race had a bloodline inheritance. When a demon was born, their blood would inherit all kinds of techniques from their ancestors. When they grew up, they could almost learn them without a teacher. The Wu people were born with strong bodies and could destroy the world. The human race's innate talent was much weaker than the demon race and the Wu people. However, the human race could cultivate and improve their talent and potential, especially after the Holy Ground Sacred Scroll appeared. This person is very strong. Let's work together to deal with him. That flying snake snorted coldly. It flapped its wings and charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the white tiger roared and dashed toward Lu Ming, unleashing all of its combat power. The 2 demons worked together and used their killing moves. Their coordination was flawless. Looks like they've used all their strength. It's still the extreme break. Lu Ming thought. Then, he grabbed at the air and formed a long spear with his forbidden power. He swung it twice. The two spear auras pressed down on the two demons. Boom! Boom! The spear auras shattered the attacks and hit the two demons. Chapter 50-35. The two demons were hit by the spear radiance and smashed to the ground. Many of their bones were broken and they were severely injured. Of course, Lu Ming showed mercy and did not kill them because there was no need to. Firstly, the primordial demons were also living beings of the primordial universe. They came from the same origin as him and had no enmity with him. Why should he bear a grudge? Secondly, if he kept them alive, they could help him find Huang Ling. It was the best of both worlds. How could this be? The other four demon race beings could only watch with their jaws agape. To think that the two strong helpers that they had brought along would be defeated just like that. Effortlessly. This was a complete one-sided slaughter. Then, their bodies turned cold. It's over. It's over. We're dead meat. Lu Ming would not let them go. They froze on the spot, not daring to escape or speak. Lu Ming landed beside the white tiger and the flying snake and sent two streams of forbidden power into their spiritual consciousness. The white tiger and the flying snake were dejected. They understood that their life and death were already in Lu Ming's hands. Then, Lu Ming showed the white tiger and the flying snake the portrait of Huang Ling. Have you seen her before? Isn't this Huang Ling? The white tiger exclaimed in surprise. You've seen her before? Lu Ming was shocked and could not help but blurt out. He did not mention the name, Huang Ling, at all, nor did he mention the demons that were controlled by him previously. However, the white tiger said Huang Ling's name immediately. There was only one explanation. The white tiger had seen Huang Ling before and even knew her. Of course I've seen her before, but it was a long time ago, probably 10,000 years ago. The white tiger said. You saw Huang Ling 10,000 years ago. How is she now? Where is she? Lu Ming asked a few questions. I already said that I saw her 10,000 years ago. How would I know how she is now? However, I know where she is. The white tiger said. Where is she? On the myriad demon path. The white tiger said. Myriad demon path? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. The myriad demon road is a forbidden area of the myriad demon mountain. There are all kinds of legends about it. According to the legends, there are heaven-defying fortunes inside. According to the legends, one can leave the myriad demon mountain after passing through the myriad demon road. Opening the passage between the myriad demon mountain and the universe, the white tiger explained. Leave the thousand monster mountain? Could it be that you can't leave the Wanya mountain? Lu Ming was greatly surprised. Of course not. Otherwise, why would I ask you where you came from? White tiger said. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This was indeed the case. Not only had the white tiger asked this question, the other monster races had also asked the same question. Why? Lu Ming continued to ask. He had no choice but to ask. This was a matter of great importance. If the Yao clan and the others couldn't leave, didn't that mean he couldn't leave as well? In the last era, a shocking war broke out in the primeval continent. The primeval continent was destroyed. At the last moment, the experts of the Myriad Demon Mountain sealed the Myriad Demon Mountain with supreme immortal force and powerful treasures. The interior of the Myriad Demon Mountain was completely isolated from the outside world. The passage was closed and we monsters couldn't go out. Until more than 10,000 years ago, Huang Ling suddenly appeared. She came from the outside, which gave us hope. We thought we could go out through the passage she came in, but unfortunately, the white tiger explained and sighed in the end. Can you tell me how you came in? The flying snake asked with a hopeful look in its eyes. Lu Ming immediately told him about the passageway that he had entered. I didn't expect you and Huang Ling to come in through the same passage. We've already checked it and it's useless. You can only go in, but not out. The white tiger sighed and its face was full of disappointment. Lu Ming's face also turned a little pale. Can't go out? Do I have to stay here for the rest of my life? This was unacceptable to Lu Ming. Let's take it one step at a time. At least I know about Huang Ling, Lu Ming comforted himself. Where is the myriad demon path? Take me there. Lu Ming said. Okay, we'll take you there, but you can't go out of the myriad demon path. If you want to go in, be prepared to be trapped there forever. The white tiger reminded. It's okay, hurry up and heal your injuries. I'll wait for you. Lu Ming said. The other 4 monsters heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lu Ming didn't plan to deal with them. The talent of the monster race was indeed powerful. In less than an hour, the white tiger and the flying snake's injuries were mostly healed. Come with us. The white tiger said and flew into the sky with the flying snake. Lu Ming followed closely behind. With the white tiger and the flying snake leading the way, naturally, no demon stopped Lu Ming. His journey was smooth and unhindered. Half a day later, Lu Ming saw 2 mountain peaks. These 2 mountains were so majestic that they were like 2 sharp swords inserted into the ground. The 2 mountains were very close to each other, forming a canyon. At this moment, a cry came from one of the mountains. Following that, a fiery red figure flew rapidly towards them from the mountain. A phoenix. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This red light was clearly a fiery red phoenix that was shrouded in crimson flames. It was a fire phoenix. The fire phoenix was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Lu Ming and stopped not far away. Big sister. Greetings, big sister. The flying snake and the white tiger hurriedly flew over and bowed to the fire phoenix. Big sister? Lu Ming was a little speechless. It seems that this fire phoenix is female. Lu Ming looked at the fire phoenix carefully. To be honest, this fire phoenix looked very similar to the phoenixes in the small kiliacosm. However, its temperament was a little different. This fire phoenix gave off a powerful pressure. Its body was like a furnace that contained a terrifying aura. The bloodline level was completely different. This was the true primordial demon race. The demon races in the small kiliacosm or the universe were all evolved from the flesh and blood of the demon race experts who died in battle in the previous era. They only had the appearance, but they were mixed blood. Their appearance was similar, but their essence was completely different. They were not of the same level. The fire phoenix did not look at the white tiger and the flying snake. Her eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. How did a human get in? The fire phoenix spoke. Her voice was clear and pleasant, like that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. In fact, Lu Ming could see through the life origin aura that this fire phoenix was not old. It was considered very young among the demon race. Big sister, we asked. He came in from the same passage as Huang Ling, the white tiger said. He came in from the same passage as Huang Ling? The fire phoenix looked disappointed, but she quickly recovered and said, why did you bring him here? Big sister, he came to find Huang Ling. He said that he also wants to enter the 10,000 demons path. The white tiger replied. He also wants to enter the 10,000 demons path? The fire phoenix suddenly raised her voice and continued to look at Lu Ming. Boy, you want to enter the 10,000 demons path? That's right. Please make an exception. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Chapter 50-36. The fire phoenix pondered and said, Kid, do you know the specific situation of the 1,000 demons path? I don't know. Lu Ming shook his head. Okay, then I'll tell you. The 1,000 demons path is the sacred path of the 1,000 demons mountain. There are many checkpoints inside, and each checkpoint has a unique skill of the demons. If you can comprehend it, it will be a great opportunity. However, if you can't comprehend it, you will be trapped in the 1,000 demons path forever. The fire phoenix explained. You mean to say that you can either comprehend the entire 1,000 demons path, or you will be trapped inside forever if you can't even retreat? Lu Ming asked. No, that's why the phoenix spirit has been in there for 10,000 years without any movement. According to the ancient records, there was once a talented person who entered and never came out until he died of old age. However, there is another legend. According to legend, if a creature can comprehend the 1,000 demons' path, the seal of the 1,000 demons' mountain will be opened, and the inside of the 1,000 demons' mountain will be connected to the outside world. Therefore, if you want to enter the 1,000 demons' mountain, I won't stop you, but I want to test you first. The fire phoenix said. Test me? How? Lu Ming asked. Of course, to test your strength and see if you are qualified to enter the 1,000 demons' path. If you are not strong enough, entering the 1,000 demons' path will only be courting death. The fire phoenix said. As her voice fell, the fire phoenix's aura skyrocketed. Flames soared into the sky and covered half of the void. The temperature between heaven and earth also rose sharply. The white tiger and flying snake quickly retreated and stayed far away. Come on. Lu Ming grabbed the air and the battle god's spear appeared in his hand. His eyes were bright and his battle intent was strong. He also wanted to know the strength of the primordial phoenix. There were thousands of races in the primordial demon race, but there were only two strongest races, the dragon race and the phoenix race. The strongest sacred ground of the demon race was called the Dragon Phoenix Immortal Palace. The dragon race and the Phoenix Immortal Palace ruled over thousands of demons. The phoenix's talent and battle strength must be extremely shocking. Firmament had once told Lu Ming that most of the mystical dragon clan in the universe were of mixed blood. Only the nine-clawed dragon bloodline was closest to the primordial dragon clan. In fact, the nine-clawed dragon was only an ordinary dragon in the previous era. At that time, Lu Ming was very shocked. One had to know that the nine-clawed dragon was the highest level of the dragon race. Their talents were extremely strong, and among the 10,000 races in the universe, they would be considered top-notch talents. Of course, an ordinary nine-clawed dragon, after cultivating to the peak of the Divine Lord level, would at most have the strength of a top-tier Lord of Heaven. It would be far from the strength of the strongest Lord of Heaven. In other words, it would only be able to break through once. But it was still shocking enough. This was because during the Desolate Continent era, they were only equivalent to ordinary dragons. One could imagine that during the Desolate Continent era, there must have been dragons with even greater talent. How bad could a phoenix that was as famous as the dragon race be? Lu Ming also wanted to know how strong the peak races of the Great Desolate Aeon Fiend race were. Be careful, the fire phoenix warned. It flapped its wings and turned into a ray of red light, shooting towards Lu Ming. A terrifying heat wave came and the air started to crack. Then, the fire phoenix opened its mouth and a fire pillar shot towards Lu Ming. The temperature was even more terrifying. Even Lu Ming felt a burning sensation on his skin. Buzz! Lu Ming held the divine battle spear and slashed it down like an axe. A huge spear aura pressed forward. Rumble! The heat wave was broken and collided with the fire pillar shot out by the fire phoenix. The two were in a stalemate for a while. Then, the fire pillar exploded. Not bad. Come again. The fire phoenix shouted and flapped its wings. 7 feathers flew out from its body. The 7 feathers contained a terrifying energy like 7 divine swords. Swish! Swish! The 7 feathers shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming brandished his long spear and blocked all the 7 feathers. Is that all you've got? The primordial phoenix clan is just a so-so. Lu Ming chuckled. His tone was full of contempt. Lu Ming wanted to provoke the other party to use its full strength. He knew that the fire phoenix had not used its full strength yet. Sure enough, the proud fire phoenix was enraged and roared, "How dare you look down on me? I will burn you to ashes." The color of the flames on the fire phoenix's body started to change. It turned from red to purple. With a long cry, the purple flames surged and formed a new phoenix. This phoenix was completely formed by flames. However, it was vivid and lifelike, as if it was real. Flapping its wings, the phoenix condensed from purple flames pounced on Lu Ming. The fire phoenix's body also pounced towards Lu Ming. The two phoenixes formed a pincer attack. A joint attack technique. Before the other party's attack arrived, Lu Ming could feel the terrifying power of the fire phoenix's attack. A fire phoenix was actually able to perform a joint attack. It was truly miraculous. Sky-piercing. Lu Ming focused on dealing with it. His spear light flashed and fought with the fire phoenix. In an instant, the two of them exchanged 7 or 8 moves. There was no doubt that the combat strength of this fire phoenix was astonishingly strong. It was definitely at the 3rd level of extreme break. Moreover, after performing such a joint attack, its combat strength was definitely at the top of the 3rd level of extreme break. Lu Ming judged that it should be stronger than Zhu Tian of the 9 demonic spider clan. Lu Ming had never fought with the evil cicada of the extreme evil clan. However, according to the legends, the evil cicada's combat strength was above Zhu Tian's. It was one of the few people who was closest to the 4th level of extreme break. Lu Ming estimated that this fire phoenix was probably not weaker than the evil cicada. Of course, without the 4th level of extreme break, it was not Lu Ming's opponent. Lu Ming was as still as a mountain. He kept waving his war god spear and sent the fire phoenix flying. The two phoenixes, one real and one illusory, constantly surrounded Lu Ming and attacked him together. The two were originally one, so the joint attack was naturally flawless. There was no flaw, and it could exert its power to the extreme. Unfortunately, it couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. After dozens of continuous attacks, the two phoenixes suddenly retreated. The phoenix condensed from purple flames rushed back to its body and disappeared. No more fighting, no more fighting, the fire phoenix screamed and began to restrain its aura. Done trying? Am I qualified to enter the 10,000 demons path? Lu Ming said. You're a freak. The fire phoenix said. Lu Ming, you are indeed qualified to enter the 10,000 demons path, but don't be too proud. You should have broken through the 4th level of extreme break. Being able to break through the 4th level of extreme break proves your talent. However, even if you have broken through the 4th level of extreme break, you may not be able to cross the 10,000 demons path. The fire phoenix warned seriously. Whether it's possible or not, I have to go. I have no choice. Lu Ming smiled with a calm expression. Chapter 50-37. The fire phoenix's gaze rotated as if she was pondering something. A long while later, a resolute look appeared in her eyes as if she had decided on something. All right, but I want to enter the 1,000 demon path with you. The fire phoenix said. The white tiger and flying snake were alarmed by these words. Big sister, you can't do that. If you don't leave the 1,000 demon path, you will be trapped there for the rest of your life. Yes, big sister, it's too dangerous. You have to think carefully. The white tiger and flying snake hurriedly tried to persuade her. You don't need to persuade me. What's the difference between staying in the 1,000 demon mountain and being trapped in the 1,000 demon path? Moreover, my cultivation has already reached its limit and I still can't comprehend a Genesis technique. Perhaps entering the 1,000 demon mountain will help me comprehend a Genesis technique and reach the 4th Genesis breaker stage. The fire phoenix was full of ambition. However, the white tiger and flying snake were still worried. Don't worry, this guy is more talented than me. He may be able to pass through the 1,000 demon path. If that happens, the 1,000 demon mountain will be connected to the outside world and I will naturally be able to regain my freedom. This is a good opportunity. The fire phoenix said. According to her speculation, if Lu Ming really did pass through the 1,000 demon path, the opportunities within would likely disappear and she would no longer have the chance to enter the 1,000 demon path in the future. The white tiger and flying snake no longer tried to persuade the fire phoenix when they saw that she had made up her mind. Kid, I'm called Xiao Qing. What's your name? The fire phoenix looked towards Lu Ming and asked. Lu Ming. Lu Ming replied. Lu Ming, let's go. The entrance to the Thousand Demon Path is between the two mountains. The fire phoenix took the lead and flew towards the two mountains. Between the two mountains was a huge valley. At the end of the valley was an ancient stone door. The fire phoenix told him that passing through the stone door would lead to the Thousand Demon Path. Once inside, one could only advance and not retreat. Let's go. Lu Ming's eyes were resolute as he stepped forward towards the stone door. The fire phoenix hurriedly followed, entering the stone door with Lu Ming one after the other. Once inside, the scenery around them suddenly changed. Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared in a small plaza. He was the only one in the square. Zhao Qing was nowhere to be seen. Lu Ming was not surprised. On the way, Zhao Qing had told him that even if the two of them entered at the same time, they would be separated after entering the 10,000 demons path. Both of them had to break through by themselves and explore the myriad demon path by themselves. It was impossible for them to have a chance to discuss things with each other. To walk out of the myriad demons path, one had to rely on true ability. A stone tablet. Lu Ming discovered that there was a stone tablet erected in the middle of the square. On the stone tablet, there was a carving of a black wolf. The black wolf looked like it was about to pounce, its eyes fierce. Suddenly, the stone steel shone, and the black wolf on the stone steel rushed out. Roar! The black wolf in the stone tablet roared, and its body leaped through the air, splitting into 5 black wolves and pouncing towards Lu Ming from 5 different directions. Lu Ming made a grabbing motion in the air. His taboo energy condensed into a long spear and swept it out. The spear light swept out in all directions, and the 5 black wolves were all defeated. But after the black wolves were defeated, they immediately condensed again and continued to pounce on Lu Ming, completely unharmed. Zhao Qing is right. The demon race that appeared on the myriad demon path is not a real life, but a manifestation of the demon race's demonic arts. It is impossible to defeat them. If you want to break through, you have to find the weakness of this demonic art. But to find the weakness of this demonic art, you have to be very familiar with this demonic art, Lu Ming muttered. In other words, you have to comprehend this demonic art. It was easier said than done to comprehend a demonic art and find its weakness. Moreover, this was only the first stage. The myriad demon path had 81 stages, and each stage was harder than the last. To pass all of them was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But no matter how difficult it was, you have to pass. Lu Ming's gaze was firm as he stared at the 5 black wolves. Swoosh swoosh. The 5 black wolves pounced continuously. Every pounce was actually a variation of the demonic art. Lu Ming's figure flashed, dodging the attacks of the black wolves. As he dodged, he observed. Even though Lu Ming had never come into contact with demonic arts. But no matter how many variations there were, it was still the same. Lu Ming had mastered 3,000 ancient secret arts, and the greater half of them had been comprehended by himself. He had even created 2 secret arts that belonged to him. Lu Ming's knowledge of all kinds of arts was rare since ancient times. So even though Lu Ming had never come into contact with demonic arts, his comprehension speed was astounding. In just a few days, Lu Ming had some ideas. 10 days later, Lu Ming had completely comprehended this secret art, and found its weakness. Lu Ming stabbed out 5 times, hitting the bodies of the 5 black wolves. With a poof, the 5 black wolves turned into a puff of black smoke and returned to the stone steel. In the next moment, a formation pattern appeared under Lu Ming's feet. At the center of the formation pattern was a pitch-black whirlpool. The whirlpool emitted a strong gravitational force that sucked Lu Ming in. In the next moment, Lu Ming found that he had appeared in a new plaza. This plaza looked similar to the previous one, but Lu Ming knew that he had arrived at the second stage. Because in the center of the plaza, there were 2 stone steels standing. One of the stone steels had a fierce tiger carved on it, the other stone steels had a green snake carved on it. The stone steels glowed, and the fierce tiger and green snake flew out, pouncing towards Lu Ming. At the same time, they were formed by demonic arts. Lu Ming was the same as before, dodging and comprehending at the same time. The two types of demonic arts were naturally more difficult to comprehend. This time, Lu Ming used more than 20 days to successfully comprehend and find the weakness. He passed this stage and entered the third stage. The third stage was still a plaza, but in the plaza, there were 3 stone steels. A ferocious pig was carved on one of the stone steels, a lizard was carved on one of the stone steels, and an octopus was carved on one of the stone steels. The 3 types of demonic arts attacked together. Just like this, Lu Ming calmly comprehended the demonic arts, and 10 years quickly passed. In 10 years, Lu Ming passed 19 stages and entered the 20th stage. At the 20th stage, 20 types of demonic arts appeared. On the 10,000 demon path, the further one walked, the more demonic arts there would be, and the more mysterious they would be. The demonic arts that appeared would also be stronger and more difficult to comprehend. When 20 types of demonic arts attacked together, it would be dazzling, and one would be completely clueless. It would be even harder to comprehend. At this place, Lu Ming finally encountered a difficulty. He could not completely dodge and was attacked by the demonic arts. Instantly, several wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body. Blood flowed out, and waves of stabbing pain came. It's poisonous. Lu Ming discovered that the energy of the other party's attack on his body actually contained a highly toxic poison. This poison was extremely potent. Even Lu Ming felt dizzy. On the 10,000 demon path, divine weapons and battle armors could not be used. Therefore, one could not rely on battle armors to block the attacks of these demonic arts. One could only rely on one's own strength to resist. Therefore, the 10,000 demon path was very dangerous. If one was not careful, not to mention passing through the 10,000 demon path, even one's life could be lost. Of course, the 10,000 demon path also left a way out. Chapter 50-38. The myriad demon path also left a way out for every challenger. At the back of the square, there was a stone platform. If the challenger felt that he could not hold on any longer and retreated to the stone platform in time, the demons would not continue to attack. This gave the challenger a chance to catch his breath. Otherwise, if the challenger could not hold on and could not retreat, wouldn't he be dead? With a way out, as long as he felt that he could not hold on and retreated in time, there would be no danger to his life. Of course, if someone could not hold on and did not retreat, they would be courting death. However, Lu Ming could still hold on for now. Although he felt a little dizzy, he immediately felt better after circulating his forbidden power. He continued to fight with the 20 demons and continued to comprehend these demonic arts. After enduring for a while, when Lu Ming felt that he was about to reach his limit, he quickly retreated. The 20 demons chased after him, but they were still a step too late. Lu Ming retreated to the stone platform outside the square. When Lu Ming retreated to the stone platform, the 20 demons immediately stopped and turned into rays of light, entering the stone tablet and disappearing. It's really difficult to comprehend 20 types of secret arts amidst the chaotic attacks, Lu Ming sighed. However, Lu Ming already had a way to deal with it. That was to focus on one demonic art and ignore the other demons. When he completely comprehended this demonic art, he would find its weakness and destroy this demonic art. In this way, there would only be 19 types of demonic arts left, which would be easier to deal with. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated his forbidden power. His injuries quickly recovered. Lu Ming's recovery speed was astonishing. Even if he was poisoned, it was the same. Before long, Lu Ming was fully recovered and returned to his peak. It's time to refine the Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid. Lu Ming pondered. Then, with a thought, he entered the ancient desolation ring and began to refine the Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid. Refining the Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid was a big deal because he could refine 1 drop every month. However, if he missed it, for example, if he did it after a year, he would not be able to refine 12 drops at once. He could only refine 1 drop. Even after 100 years, you can only refine 1 drop. Therefore, every month, as long as Lu Ming had nothing to do, he would refine Origin Spirit Medicinal Elixir. In the 10 years since he had entered the 10,000 demon path, Lu Ming would find a chance to retreat to the stone platform outside the plaza every month. He would wait until he finished refining the original divine medicinal liquid before he continued to comprehend Yao arts. Sometimes, he would even finish absorbing the origin spirit medicinal liquid and comprehend Yao arts. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken him so long to get here. After refining the original god elixir, Lu Ming left the stone platform and entered the square. As soon as Lu Ming entered the plaza, the stone steel glowed. 20 Yao materialized with Yao arts charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming kept his eyes on one of the demons while he tried his best to avoid the other demons. After a period of time, Lu Ming was once again injured. He retreated to the stone platform to recover, but his gains were great. His understanding of that demonic art had deepened greatly. As he comprehended more and more demonic arts, the speed at which he comprehended them also became faster and faster. If Lu Ming needed 10 days to comprehend the same demonic art at the start, he now needed 6 or 7 days to comprehend it. At the same time, he discovered that demonic arts and ancient secret arts were different methods of achieving the same result. There were similarities between the two. This allowed him to gain a clearer understanding of his own Genesis arts while comprehending the demonic arts. That's right, comprehending the demonic arts here could help him comprehend his own Genesis arts. By comparing the demonic arts and ancient secret arts, his understanding of Genesis arts grew deeper and deeper in his mind. After recovering, Lu Ming continued to comprehend. After a few days, Lu Ming finally succeeded in comprehending the demonic art and found its weakness. Swish! His spear thrust out like a dragon, piercing the demonic art's weakness and destroying it. As a result, only 19 of the 20 demonic arts were left. Lu Ming followed the same pattern and continued to study one of the demonic arts. A few days later, Lu Ming also succeeded in comprehending the demonic art and defeated the demonic art's manifestation. As the number of demonic arts decreased, Lu Ming's comprehension speed also increased. In this way, after several months, Lu Ming passed this stage and entered the 21st stage. It had to be said that Lu Ming's talent in comprehending various arts was too great. His speed was too fast, his experience was too rich, and he also had the primordial divine stone in his knowledge. When he was comprehending demonic arts, various runes would appear on the primordial divine stone to help him comprehend demonic arts and greatly increase his comprehension speed. If it was anyone else, their speed would be 100 times slower than Lu Ming's. Even if they were monstrous geniuses, they would be far inferior to Lu Ming. It was very likely that they would be stuck in this stage for the rest of their lives. In the 21st stage, there were 21 kinds of demonic arts that manifested as demonic beasts that attacked together. Also, the demonic arts here were even more profound, more powerful, and more difficult to comprehend. Lu Ming repeated the same trick and continued to study one kind of demonic art. When he could not withstand it, he would retreat to the stone platform outside the plaza to rest. When a month was up, he would start to refine the origin spirit medicinal liquid or absorb and refine the origin spirit medicinal liquid. Lu Ming's attitude was very steady. He was not arrogant or impatient. He would just treat this as a seclusion. In any case, he had great gains every time he comprehended a demonic art. Just like this, Lu Ming comprehended demonic arts as he refined the origin spirit medicinal liquid. In a blink, another 6 years passed. It had been 16 years since Lu Ming entered the 10,000 demon path. Bam! Lu Ming brandished his spear and defeated a demon that used demonic techniques. Past the 27th stage. Lu Ming exhaled deeply. In 16 years, he had passed the 27th stage. This speed was very fast. If Zhao Qing knew of this, his jaw would probably drop. But Lu Ming knew that the later stages would not be easy to pass. Even though as time passed, Lu Ming's comprehension of demonic arts became faster and faster, but the later stages of the demonic arts were even harder to comprehend. It was very difficult to increase his speed. It might even take a longer time. Whoosh! A whirlpool appeared below the plaza and sucked Lu Ming in. Then, Lu Ming appeared in a stone room. Yes, he did not appear in the plaza, but in a stone room. Lu Ming himself stilled slightly. This situation was not right. Why did he appear in a stone room? A row of characters suddenly appeared on the wall of the stone room. After Lu Ming read, he had a joyful expression. It said that he would be given a reward. There were 3 kinds of rewards. He could only choose one. Suddenly, the wall lit up. A miniature little dragon appeared in the air. I am here to give you a reward. The miniature little dragon said. With a glance, Lu Ming knew that the miniature little dragon was not a physical body, but was condensed from energy like a kind of formation spirit. Chapter 5039. What's the reward? Lu Ming asked. He couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, this was the myriad demon's path. After going through 27 stages, the reward shouldn't be too shabby, right? There are 3 rewards for you to choose from, but you can only choose one of them. The mini dragon said. What are the 3? Tell me. Lu Ming asked. The first is a divine weapon. The mini dragon waved its hand, and divine weapons floated in the air. One of them was a fiery red spear. The other item was a fiery red armor. The aura emitted by both of them was particularly shocking. Top-grade divine weapons. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that they were top-grade divine weapons. Both of them were top-grade divine weapons. As expected of the primordial desolate realm's demon race, they had 2 top-grade soul-grade divine weapons in one go. Furthermore, they were a complete set. Lu Ming liked it at first sight. What about the other 2 rewards? Lu Ming took a deep breath, suppressed the greed in his heart, and asked. Let's look at the other 2 rewards first. The second reward is 999 drops of original spirit elixir. The mini dragon waved its hand, and another jade bottle appeared. 999 drops of original spirit elixir. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and his heart was burning. To be honest, he also coveted 999 drops of original spirit elixir. The third reward is 1,000 immortal crystals. The mini dragon took out a small box and said, Here are the 3 rewards. Which one do you want to choose? Lu Ming began to think. To be honest, he wanted all 3 rewards. But it was obviously impossible. The mini dragon said that he could only choose one. As for snatching it, that was even more out of the question. The myriad demon's path was obviously set up by the demon race. If there were such good spears, they would have been used up by the demon race for generations. If he really tried to snatch it, he would probably be courting death. In the end, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and said, I choose 999 drops of original spirit elixir. Lu Ming chose the original spirit elixir after careful consideration. Although a full set of top-notch source-grade divine weapons was precious and tempting to Lu Ming did not lack them. The War God's Spear was a top-tier source-grade divine weapon, and he also had a top-tier source-grade battle armor. One more set would not increase his strength at all. As for the 1,000 immortal crystals, they were also very valuable. Immortal crystals contained origin imprints. Reciprocity cultivators could directly absorb the origin imprints and increase their cultivation. However, Lu Ming was only at the Divine Master realm. He couldn't absorb the origin mark inside the immortal crystal. No matter how he thought about it, the original God elixir was still the best choice. Once he absorbed and refined the original God elixir, he would be able to convert it into strength and increase his cultivation base, allowing him to approach the origin sooner. Now that he had 12 stalks of top-grade source-grade divine herbs, he could refine 12 drops of source God elixir every month. That would be 144 drops in a year. 999 drops of origin God elixir was equivalent to 7 years of Lu Ming's production. To be honest, of the 3 rewards, 999 drops of origin spirit elixir was probably the least valuable. However, it was currently the most useful to Lu Ming. Alright, here you go. With a wave of the mini dragon's hand, the other 2 rewards disappeared. The jade bottle containing the original God elixir flew to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and opened it. Sure enough, he saw a bottle full of original God elixir. This kind of jade bottle didn't look big from the outside, but it was actually quite spacious inside. The pearl-like drops of original God elixir shone dazzlingly. At this time, the surrounding environment began to change. Lu Ming disappeared from the stone room and appeared in a square. There were 28 types of demonic arts on the stone stele. The 28th trial. This trial had 28 types of demonic arts. It was much more difficult and mysterious. The 28 types of demonic arts manifested into demonic beasts that attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming began his great undertaking of comprehending demonic arts again. Just like that, time passed year after year. Lu Ming also passed through one trial after another. From the 28th trial to the 54th trial, Lu Ming used a total of 34 years to pass these 27 trials. It was twice as long as the previous 27 trials. From this, one could see how difficult the 27 trials were. Of course, Lu Ming's harvest was also very big. As he comprehended different types of demonic arts, Lu Ming's understanding of the origin spirit also became clearer and clearer. Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of Genesis techniques had reached a limit. It was as if he could immediately comprehend his own Genesis technique as long as he poked through this layer of paper. Soon, I should be able to comprehend my own Genesis technique very soon. Lu Ming muttered to himself. His heart was filled with anticipation. He currently had the battle strength of a 4-time Genesis breaker. Then, when he comprehended his own Genesis technique, how strong would his battle strength be? 5 times Genesis breaker? A 4-time Genesis breaker was already a peerless genius. In the entire universe, besides Lu Ming, there were only 2 people who had achieved this. A 4-time Genesis breaker was said to have the potential to become an immortal. Then what about 5 times Genesis breaker? When he broke through the limits 5 times, everyone in the universe would be shocked. Swish! At this moment, Lu Ming appeared in another stone chamber. Another mini dragon appeared. There was another reward. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that every 27 trials would give him a reward. 27 trials, 54 trials, there were a total of 81 trials, and there were still 27 trials left. It seemed that after passing all 81 trials, he would receive another reward. This time, how many rewards would he be able to choose from? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Congratulations on passing the 54th trial, this is your reward. After speaking, the mini dragon waved its hand, and a jade bottle appeared and flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming subconsciously caught it in his hand, and then he was a little dumbfounded. Weren't there several rewards for him to choose from? Why was there only one? Lu Ming directly asked this question. You have already chosen the type before. After you made your first choice, the following rewards will be given to you according to your previous choices. You chose the original spirit medicinal liquid before, so this time, I will give you all the original spirit medicinal liquid. Of course, there will be a lot more, 5,000 drops. The mini dragon said. You can do that? Lu Ming was speechless. However, 5,000 drops of original spirit medicinal liquid was still very tempting to Lu Ming. According to his own production, 5,000 drops of original spirit medicinal liquid would take about 35 years. In this way, he could directly save 35 years of time. Well, I want to ask, if I choose a top source level divine weapon as the reward for the first trial, how many divine weapons will I get this time? 5 sets of top source level divine weapons. The mini dragon said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. 5 sets, that means 5 divine weapons and 5 armors. Lu Ming was tempted. Then, what about immortal crystals? Lu Ming asked again. 5,000 immortal crystals. The mini dragon answered. Did I choose the wrong one? Lu Ming asked himself. They were all 5 times stronger than before. Chapter 50-40. Originally, the value of 999 drops of origin spirit medicinal liquid was on the low side compared to 1,000 immortal crystals and a set of top-grade divine weapons. The greater the quantity, the greater the disparity in value. Now, the difference between 5,000 drops of origin spirit medicinal liquid and 5,000 immortal crystals and 5 sets of top-grade divine weapons was even greater. If there was a choice, Lu Ming might choose the 5 sets of top-grade divine weapons. A set of top-grade divine weapons had both offense and defense. If given to an Origin Realm expert, that Origin Realm expert's battle strength would soar. An Origin Realm expert would spare no expense to obtain a set of top-grade divine weapons. A top-grade offensive divine weapon could increase an Origin Realm expert's offensive power. Especially a top-grade battle armor, it could save one's life at a critical moment. It could increase an Origin Realm expert's survivability by a large margin. With an increase in survivability, there would naturally be more opportunities to obtain other treasures, such as Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid, Immortal Crystals, and even top-grade divine herbs. Strength and survivability were the foundation. However, Lu Ming had no other choice. He had chosen the Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid, but it was too late to regret it now. Fortunately, the Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid is what I need right now. It can quickly raise my cultivation base, or else I wouldn't even have a place to cry. Lu Ming comforted himself as he carefully put away the 5,000 drops of Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid. If he relied on 12 top-grade divine herbs to refine 5,000 drops of Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid, it would take several decades. This way, he could at least save several decades of time. After putting away the Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid, the mini-dragon disappeared and Lu Ming reappeared on a square. On the 55th checkpoint, 55 kinds of demonic arts materialized, powerful demonic beasts that charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to comprehend demonic arts and perfect his Genesis techniques. Time passed quickly, and 1 year after another passed. Soon, it had been 120 years since Lu Ming entered the Myriad Demon's path. Lu Ming had already reached the 80th checkpoint. This was the penultimate checkpoint. As long as he passed the 80th and 81st checkpoints, Lu Ming would be considered to have passed the Myriad Demon's path. Puff! The spear gleam surged and another demon with demonic skills was defeated by Lu Ming. On the field, only the Yao with 9 Yao arts were left. Out of the 80 types, Lu Ming had broken through only 9 types. Soon. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. He had a feeling that his Genesis technique was about to take shape and be fully comprehended. There was only a little left and he was just 1 step away. Lu Ming felt that he could completely comprehend it at any time. Perhaps, all he needed was a hint of inspiration. Perhaps I won't even need to pass the 81st stage, and will be able to perfect my Genesis technique in the 80th stage. Lu Ming revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the demon who had conjured the demonic art and started to study it. Several days later. Bang! This kind of Yao art was defeated by Lu Ming. No. He still couldn't comprehend it. He was still a bit off. Continue. Bang! It was yet another failure. Soon, at the 80th level, there were only 3 Yao arts left. Yes, it's like this. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes were like 2 big suns, emitting a dazzling brilliance. He let out an excited roar. Then, tens of thousands of cells in his body emitted a dazzling brilliance like tens of thousands of stars. But the tens of thousands of stars disappeared as soon as they appeared. Forbidden power was frantically rapidly circulating through the 60 trillion cells in Lu Ming's body. Then, Lu Ming's body rapidly swelled. In the end, Lu Ming's body grew to a height of 3 feet, nearly 10 meters, like a giant. Swish! The war god's spear in Lu Ming's hand swept out, and a divine dragon flew out with a roar. Then, the spear's momentum changed, and a phoenix flew out. His figure flashed, disappearing from the spot, and the next moment, he appeared on the side of the square. It was as if he had teleported, or the aurora art of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. This was not the end. Lu Ming continued to attack, and not a single move was the same. There were thousands of variations, and it was infinitely mysterious. These moves had the shadow of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques, and also the shadow of Yao arts. They were not restricted to one style, but their power was extremely astonishing. They were much stronger than Lu Ming's primordial desolation style and heaven splitter style. Genesis technique, this is my Genesis technique. My Genesis technique is different from the rest. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he appeared on the stone stage outside the square. His eyes were bright and filled with excitement. He had finally created his own Genesis technique. However, his Genesis technique was completely different from the others. For example, Yi Immortal, Gu Changfeng, Xian Yanqing, and the others were different. The others' Genesis techniques were similar to special moves that fused with one's own origin power. His Genesis technique also fused with one's own origin power, but there was no special move. If there was a special move, it would be that one's body would grow when using it. This was because the direction he took in comprehending Genesis techniques was based on his own body. The body was the foundation, and the body and the physical body were the foundation. Once used, the forbidden power would circulate in his body at a special frequency, causing his body to swell. This swelling of his body was the embodiment of the Genesis technique. In this state, his body was the Genesis technique. He had already turned into a Genesis technique, and every move he made would be able to erupt with terrifying power. Moreover, his moves were ever-changing, and he could use any move he wanted. A single thought from him would be a killing move that contained the mysterious power of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques and Yao arts. As expected, after comprehending the Genesis technique, I seem to have forgotten the ancient secret techniques. Lu Ming mumbled to himself. He had discovered that he had fallen into a strange state. He clearly knew that he had comprehended 3,000 ancient secret techniques, but when he tried to think carefully, he could not recall any of them. He had forgotten. Fei Huang had once said that he would forget the secret techniques he had comprehended in the later stages of his cultivation. It seemed that it was true. However, although he had forgotten the ancient secret techniques, they were deeply imprinted in his soul. Once he used a Genesis technique, every move he made would contain the shadow of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques, and its power would be even stronger. This trip was not in vain. It was a blessing in disguise, Lu Ming pondered. He was in a good mood. His only regret was that he had not yet rescued Huang Ling. But there was no hurry. As long as Huang Ling was still on the 1,000 demon path, he would naturally be able to rescue her after he passed the 81st stage. What should I call my Genesis technique? Lu Ming pondered. Everyone would give their Genesis technique a name. His Genesis technique was different from the others. What should it be called? After pondering for a good while, Lu Ming shook his head. He couldn't think of a satisfactory name, but he would slowly think of one in the future. In any case, there was no hurry to name it. I can clearly feel that once I use a Genesis technique, my battle strength will soar. I wonder if I have reached the legendary 5 times of breaking the boundary. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. He wanted to find an expert to have a big fight with so that he could verify his combat ability. Chapter 50-41. Lu Ming desperately wanted to find an expert to battle and verify his strength. However, Lu Ming had a feeling that if he were to fight Shi Tianting, he would be able to easily defeat Shi Tianting after using his Genesis techniques. He knew that Lu Ming was invincible in the Divine Master stage. Only the Origin Realm was his opponent. My battle strength has almost reached a point where it can't be improved any further in the Divine Master stage. If I want to greatly increase my strength, I can only break through to the Origin Realm. Lu Ming pondered. He wasn't exaggerating. It was the truth. His taboo force had reached a higher level, and his strength had almost reached the peak. He had also comprehended his Genesis techniques. Of course, it wasn't that his Genesis techniques couldn't be improved, but it was too difficult to make a breakthrough in the Divine Master stage. It was many times more difficult than comprehending Genesis techniques in the Divine Master stage. Only after breaking through to the Origin Realm could he continue to make breakthroughs in his Genesis techniques. Therefore, apart from making a breakthrough in his cultivation, Lu Ming really couldn't think of any other way to increase his battle strength. If Lu Ming really reached the 5th extreme break, it would be normal. Even in the primeval continent, there weren't many people who could reach the 5th extreme break. Those who broke the 4th extreme break were said to have hope of becoming an immortal. As for those who broke the 5th extreme break, as long as there were no accidents, they would definitely become an immortal. Let's break through the 1,000 demon path in one go. With a thought, Lu Ming withdrew his Genesis technique. His body quickly shrank and returned to normal. At the same time, Lu Ming found that half of the taboo force in his body had been consumed. The consumption of taboo force when using Genesis techniques was so astonishing. With his cultivation, he couldn't last long using Genesis techniques. I can only slowly perfect them after I break through to the origin realm. Lu Ming muttered to himself. After all, he had just comprehended his Genesis techniques and was definitely not perfect in all aspects. As he slowly perfected them in the future, the consumption of taboo force would definitely slowly decrease. Swish! Lu Ming left the stone platform and rushed into the square to continue comprehending his demonic arts. The last few types of Yao arts were quickly defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming successfully passed the 80th level, and then entered the 81st level. The difficulty level of the 81st level had indeed increased tremendously. Even Lu Ming felt immense pressure. It was much more difficult than the 80th level. It was extremely difficult for Lu Ming to break through this hurdle. It took him 10 years to successfully break through this hurdle. In this way, Lu Ming used a total of 130 years to pass through the myriad demons path. When Lu Ming passed the 81st level, he appeared in a stone room. Another reward. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming had already tasted the sweetness of the previous 2 rewards. The nearly 6,000 drops of origin spirit medicinal liquid that Lu Ming had obtained earlier had all been refined by Lu Ming during the past few years. Lu Ming's cultivation had also grown extremely rapidly approaching the origin realm. He was another step closer to the peak of the Divine Master realm. The origin source seed in his body had become even more plump, and the taboo origin power contained within it had become even denser. If the reward this time is 5 times the previous ones, I will really be able to reach my limit. Lu Ming revealed an expectant look. The previous rewards were 5,000 drops of origin spirit medicinal liquid. If it was 5 times the previous rewards, it would be 25,000 drops of origin spirit medicinal liquid. It would be enough for Lu Ming's cultivation to reach the limits of the origin realm. When Lu Ming appeared in the stone room, 2 runes suddenly appeared in the void. The 2 runes rapidly charged toward Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming could react, they had already charged into Lu Ming's eyes. 2 tiny runes had appeared on the surface of Lu Ming's eyes. If someone else stood in front of Lu Ming and stared into his eyes, they would be able to clearly see them. However, the 2 runes quickly disappeared. What is this? Lu Ming was a little dumbfounded. Was this also a reward? No way, the reward I wanted was Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid. 25,000 drops of Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid. Don't tell me you're screwing me over just like that. This is your reward. A voice rang out, and the miniature dragon reappeared. This is my reward? Then what about my Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid? Lu Ming asked. Why are you in such a hurry? This is your extra reward for passing through the myriad demons path. This is the Demon King Emperor rune, which can see through most of the world's runes and formations. The miniature dragon said. The Demon King Emperor rune can see through most of the world's runes and formations? Lu Ming suddenly became excited, and his voice suddenly rose several octaves. He was so excited. Yes, although it's impossible to see through all of them, you can still see through most of them. As for the formations below the immortal level, as long as there is a weakness, you can almost come and go freely, unless there is no weakness. Of course, there are very few formations in the world that have no weakness, the miniature dragon said. Lu Ming was very satisfied. According to the miniature dragon, although it couldn't see through immortal level formations, it was related to immortal level formations. But an immortal level array was most likely related to immortals. It was normal for one to not be able to see through it after stepping into the immortal domain. It would be abnormal if one could see through it. With this Demon King Emperor rune, his life-saving ability would definitely skyrocket. In this aspect, he was even more awesome than Dandan. Of course, just seeing through it and not understanding those runes and formations would definitely not be able to use it. If Dandan knew about it, he would probably be so envious that his eyes would turn purple. Lu Ming smiled slightly. He was quite satisfied with this extra reward. Then, the miniature dragon took out a jade bottle and flew to Lu Ming. There are 25,000 drops of original spirit medicinal liquid in here. It's your reward for passing the 81st stage. The miniature dragon said. It's really 25,000 drops of original spirit medicinal liquid. Lu Ming was extremely excited, his eyes burning with passion. 25,000 drops of original spirit medicinal liquid, which saved him more than 170 years of time. Lu Ming carefully put it into the ancient desolation ring. Also, take this array plate with you and give it to the experts of the monster clan. With this array plate, they can freely enter and exit the road of 1,000 monsters. They can even freely enter and exit the barriers outside the 1,000 monsters mountain. The miniature dragon said. I see. Lu Ming understood. This was a treasure for the demon race. He had heard from Zhao Qing that as long as someone passed through the Myriad Demon's path, the inside of the Myriad Demon's mountain would be connected to the outside. It seemed that the Myriad Demon's path would not disappear. Zhao Qing and the others had most likely misunderstood. The Myriad Demon's path was still there, but the people of the demon race could use this array plate to enter and exit the Myriad Demon's path at will. Alright, the reward has been given. Let's go. The miniature dragon said. In the next moment, Lu Ming disappeared from the stone chamber and appeared on a mountain peak. This is the surface of the Myriad Demon's mountain. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This place was lacking in desolation chi. It was indeed the surface of the Myriad Demon's mountain. He had indeed left the interior of the Myriad Demon's mountain. Behind him, the void was constantly twisting like water ripples. This was the entrance to the Myriad Demon's path. Chapter 50-42. Go back. Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed toward the void that was constantly twisting. Huang Ling had not been rescued yet, so he naturally could not leave. As soon as his body got close to the distorted void, his body disappeared from the void. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in another void. Standing in this void, a magnificent scene appeared in front of Lu Ming. Dense and endless runes filled the entire void, covering a large area. He did not know how many runes there were. Anyway, they were densely packed like the sand of the Ganges River. Countless runes intertwined together to form a huge formation. This huge formation was ever-changing and incomparably mysterious. The 10,000 Demon Path. That's right, the formation formed by the endless runes was the 10,000 Demon Path. On Lu Ming's eyes, 2 runes flickered with a strange luster. The entire 10,000 Demon Path appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. There were no secrets. Lu Ming immediately saw a figure fighting with some demons in a certain place in the 10,000 Demon Path. Who else could it be but Huang Ling? The 54th level. Lu Ming discovered that Huang Ling had actually reached the 54th level. Lu Ming was a little surprised. One had to know that even in the history of the demon race, there were definitely not many who could reach the 54th level. From this, it could be seen how talented Huang Ling was and how high her comprehension ability was. Huang Ling and Mulans entered the creation jade pool and underwent earth-shaking transformations. There are only more than 10 types of demonic arts left. Huang Ling should be able to pass the 54th level. Lu Ming pondered. Therefore, he did not immediately appear to see Huang Ling. There would be a reward for passing the 54th level. If he went to see Huang Ling now and took Huang Ling away, there would be no reward. Although he did not know what reward Huang Ling had chosen, no matter what reward it was, the value was shockingly high. After looking for a while, Lu Ming's gaze turned to other directions of the 10,000 Demon Path. He also saw other figures in different directions. There were a total of 7 people. 6 of the demon race prodigies should have entered the Myriad Demon Path in the past. According to Zhao Qing, the Yao clan had not entered the Myriad Demon's Path for many years. It was hard to remember exactly how long it had been, but it was definitely a long time ago. Over the years, more than 6 geniuses from the demon race had entered the 10,000 Demon Path. Some of them had either died or self-destructed because too much time had passed. Of the remaining 6, the strongest one had also reached the 54th stage. However, this person was far weaker than Huang Ling. At the 54th stage, he did not even use a single demonic art to defeat her. He was completely trapped here, unable to advance or retreat. The other prodigies of the monster race were in a similar situation. They were completely trapped in a difficult situation, unable to advance or retreat. Even if these people died of old age, it was impossible for them to pass through the myriad demons' path. Huang Ling still had some hope. However, it would take a very long time to pass the 10,000 demons' path. Huang Ling might have spent 10,000 years to pass the 54th stage, but she had already passed the 54th stage. If he wanted to pass the remaining 27 stages, he would need at least 100,000 years or even longer. The other person was naturally Zhao Qing. However, she had only reached the 18th level. To be able to reach the 18th level in 130 years was already extremely talented. Once Huang Ling passes the 54th stage and obtains the reward, I'll go out and see her. After some thought, Lu Ming sat down on the spot. He took out the origin spirit elixir and began to refine it. Lu Ming refined droplet after droplet of origin spirit elixir. They were converted into origin energy and gathered in the origin seed. Lu Ming's origin seed was constantly filling up. The origin energy was constantly condensing. When he truly reached the limit, all the forbidden energy in Lu Ming's body would be converted into forbidden origin energy. Right now, the forbidden energy and forbidden origin energy coexisted in Lu Ming's body. Only when Lu Ming's body was completely filled with forbidden origin energy would it mean that Lu Ming could prepare to break through to reciprocity. This cultivation lasted for more than 60 years. It had been almost 200 years since Lu Ming had entered the myriad demon path. Lu Ming had already refined all 25,000 droplets of origin spirit elixir. Lu Ming's cultivation had finally reached the limits of peak Godmaster. All the forbidden energy in his body had been converted into forbidden origin energy. As long as he settled down for a while longer, he could break through to reciprocity. However, he was currently in the origin tribulation, so he was unable to break through to reciprocity. However, there were only around 300 years left before the tribulation ended. 300 years passed very quickly. Lu Ming planned on using these 300 years to raise his condition to the limit. That way, he would be able to break through to reciprocity as soon as the tribulation ended. Lu Ming still did not know that there were monstrous geniuses who could break through to reciprocity under the origin tribulation. No one had told him this. At this moment, Huang Ling was finally about to pass through the 54th stage. There was only one last demonic art left, and it seemed like Huang Ling had basically comprehended it. Another half a day later, Huang Ling unleashed a killer move that attacked the weakness of the Yao that had materialized from the Yao art and defeated this Yao. Afterward, Huang Ling disappeared from the 54th stage and entered a stone room. Of course, this stone room was also a part of the formation. It was composed of a large number of runes. Lu Ming could see it very clearly. Huang Ling chose a weapon. A light flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. He saw Mini Dragon hand over 5 sets of peak source grade weapons to Huang Ling. This included 5 peak source grade armors and 5 peak source grade swords. To be honest, this reward was the most valuable out of the 3. Reciprocity experts would fight over it. Huang Ling received the reward and entered the 55th stage. After entering the 55th stage, Huang Ling began to comprehend the demonic arts here. She could not be trapped in the myriad demon mountain. She wanted to leave. She wanted to see Lu Ming again. Back then, she accidentally entered the myriad demon mountain, but it was impossible to leave. She wasn't willing to be trapped here for the rest of her life. When she found out that as long as she could make it through the myriad demon path, she would be able to leave, so she entered without any hesitation. Even if she knew it was very difficult, she wanted to leave no matter how long it would take. If 10,000 years were not enough, then 100,000 years. If 100,000 years were not enough, then 1,000,000 years or even a stellar year. She wanted to leave even if she reached the end of her life. Fortunately, her talent was strong enough. She passed the 54th stage in just 10,000 years. This was all thanks to the Fortune Jade Pool. The Fortune Jade Pool allowed her to obtain heaven-defying fortune and undergo an extreme transformation. The phoenix bloodline in her body became extremely shocking and pure. Once she used it, it was like a primordial phoenix had reappeared. Phoenixes were the kings of primordial demons. They had a unique advantage in comprehending demonic arts, which was why she could be so fast. Moreover, the process of comprehending demonic arts was also a kind of learning for her. It allowed her battle prowess and cultivation to become stronger and stronger. However, at this moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the sky above the 55th stage. Then, a figure appeared out of nowhere. Huang Ling was immediately stunned when she saw this figure. Chapter 5043. At the 55th checkpoint of the 10,000 Demons Path, the one who appeared out of thin air was naturally Lu Ming. When Huang Ling saw Lu Ming, she was stunned. Her beautiful big eyes were filled with disbelief. She never dreamed that Lu Ming would appear here. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Huang Ling smiled bitterly and whispered, Huang Ling, you're so useless. You're actually hallucinating. Is it because I miss Lu Ming too much? She thought that it was because she missed Lu Ming too much that she was hallucinating. However, the person in front of her was too real. Lu Ming walked toward Huang Ling step by step. His eyes, which were as firm as a sword, were filled with tenderness. Huang Ling, it seems that your hallucination is quite serious. Why would Lu Ming look at you like that? Stop dreaming. Huang Ling continued to whisper. She still firmly believed that it was impossible for Lu Ming to appear here. It must be an illusion. Because this was the 10,000 Demons Path inside the 10,000 Demons Mountain in the depths of the universe. Lu Ming was far away in the universe's starry sky. There was an endless distance from the depths of the universe, let alone entering the 10,000 Demons Mountain and stepping into the 10,000 Demons Path. Even if Lu Ming really entered the 10,000 Demons Mountain and stepped into the 10,000 Demons Path, it was impossible for him to see her. In the 10,000 Demons Path, they did not want to see each other. It was even more impossible for him to step through the void like Lu Ming. This was nothing more than an unrealistic fantasy in her heart. Which woman did not want her beloved man to step through the void to see her from hundreds of millions of miles away? Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Although Huang Ling was whispering, with her hearing, how could she not hear it? He heard it clearly. Lu Ming felt very guilty. He had let the phoenix spirit down too much. It caused him to reveal an affectionate expression. Huang Ling did not believe it. Lu Ming still walked towards Huang Ling step by step and soon landed in front of her. Silly girl, I let you down in the past. It's my fault. From now on, I won't let you down again, and I won't let you suffer any grievances. Lu Ming said affectionately, his eyes looking straight into Huang Ling's eyes. Why is the hallucination so real this time? It seems that I'm really sick. Huang Ling continued to mumble. Her big eyes sparkled as she stared at Lu Ming. She wanted to imprint Lu Ming's appearance deeply in her mind. Afterward, Lu Ming reached out and pulled Huang Ling into his arms. Silly girl, Lu Ming's eyes of the 10,000 Demons Path. He then lowered his head and tapped Huang Ling's face gently. Huang Ling was stunned. This time, she was truly stunned. Lu Ming's arms were strong and powerful. Lu Ming's chest was filled with warmth. She could even feel Lu Ming's heartbeat. Also, she could clearly feel the warmth from Lu Ming's lips and Lu Ming's breathing. Really, all of this was real. It was not a hallucination. Hallucinations could not be so real. Lu Ming had really come here and stepped through the void to find her. Her delicate body trembled and tears streamed down her face. It was as if she wanted to let out all of her grievances and longing. Lu Ming, is that you? Huang Ling asked in a trembling voice. It's me. I'm Lu Ming. I'm here to take you away. Lu Ming said gently. Then, with Huang Ling in his arms, he took a step forward. The void cracked and Lu Ming and Huang Ling disappeared from the place. It was not just because of the Demon King Emperor rune. It was impossible for the Demon King Emperor rune to be so mysterious. It was mainly because Lu Ming had passed through the Myriad Demon's path. The Myriad Demon's path was no longer an obstacle for Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked on the Myriad Demon's path as if he was walking on flat ground. The next moment, Lu Ming left the Myriad Demon's path with Huang Ling and appeared in the Myriad Demon's mountain at the exit of the Myriad Demon's path. This is the entrance of the Myriad Demon's path? Huang Ling looked at the surroundings and was even more confused. She had gone through so much to pass the 54th level. Why was she back now? The point was, how did Lu Ming bring her back? Didn't they say that once one entered the Myriad Demon's path, they could only move forward and could not retreat? Could it be? Huang Ling suddenly thought of a possibility and her heart beat wildly. However, this possibility was too unbelievable. Lu Ming, did you pass through the Myriad Demon's path? In the end, Huang Ling still asked this unbelievable question. Yes, I passed through the Myriad Demon's path. Lu Ming nodded. Passed through. Lu Ming passed through. Sure enough, he is still him. He is still so amazing. No matter where he goes, he will not fall behind others. Huang Ling was shocked at first, but she soon calmed down. Wasn't this Lu Ming's usual behavior? It was normal. Lu Ming, how did you get here? By the way, have you seen Sister Mulan's? Ah, you must have seen Sister Mulan's. Otherwise, you wouldn't know that I am here. Huang Ling asked a few questions in succession. In the end, she answered her own questions. She was a little excited to see Lu Ming. It's like this. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly told her about his experiences over the years. You actually passed through the Myriad Demon's path in just over 100 years. Even though she was full of confidence in Lu Ming, Huang Ling's mouth was still slightly agape when she heard that Lu Ming had passed through the Myriad Demon's path in just over 100 years. She was deeply shocked. Let's go and see the Fire Phoenix first. Then, Lu Ming brought Huang Ling back into the Myriad Demon's path and appeared at the 19th checkpoint of the Myriad Demon's path, where the Fire Phoenix and Huang Ling were. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, why are you here? As soon as Lu Ming and the others appeared, they heard a shocked voice. It was naturally Zhao Qing. She was sitting cross-legged on the stone platform outside the square, meditating to recover. As soon as Lu Ming and Huang Ling appeared, she noticed them and asked subconsciously. Then, she immediately reacted and was extremely excited. How could Lu Ming and Huang Ling appear here? She knew the Myriad Demon's path too well. Once one entered, one could not retreat. It was not just a saying. It was real. No one had ever been special. Entering the Myriad Demon's path and suddenly appearing here, there was only one possibility: they had passed through the Myriad Demon's path. How could she not be excited? This meant that the demons inside the Myriad Demon's mountain could leave. However, who had passed through the Myriad Demon's path? Was it Lu Ming or Huang Ling? Zhao Qing's gaze circled Huang Ling and Lu Ming, and she immediately made a judgment. Huang Ling. It must be Huang Ling. Lu Ming had only entered the Myriad Demon's path for 200 years. No matter how talented Lu Ming was, it was impossible for him to pass through the Myriad Demon's path in 200 years. It was impossible. Moreover, Lu Ming was still a human and not a demon. The difficulty of passing through the Myriad Demon's path was even greater than that of a demon. It was impossible for it to be Lu Ming. As for Huang Ling, she had already entered the Myriad Demon's path for more than 10,000 years. Moreover, the Phoenix bloodline in Huang Ling's body was extremely rich and was not weaker than her own. With such talent and more than 10,000 years, there was still a trace of possibility. In the past, she did not think that Huang Ling could pass through the Myriad Demon's path. Passing through the Myriad Demon's path in more than 10,000 years was also an incredible thing. However, now that the facts were in front of her, she had no choice but to believe it. Huang Ling, congratulations on passing through the Myriad Demon's path. As expected of someone with my phoenix bloodline, Huang Ling said. Chapter 50-44. Zhao Qing stared straight at Huang Ling. His eyes were filled with deep admiration and admiration. To be honest, it was already an incredible miracle to be able to pass through the 10,000 demons path in 10,000 years. It was normal for many people to be trapped in a certain level for tens of thousands of years or even longer. What? Huang Ling was a little confused when she heard Zhao Qing's words. Then, she quickly understood that Zhao Qing had misunderstood and thought that she had passed through the 10,000 demons path. Little Qing, you misunderstood. It's not me who passed through the 10,000 demons path. I'm very ashamed. I only passed the 54th level after 10,000 years. Huang Ling quickly explained. It's not you? Then who is it? Where is he? Zhao Qing's eyes darted around as he searched the surroundings. He thought that someone else had passed through the 10,000 demons path and rescued Lu Ming and Huang Ling. He then brought Huang Ling and Lu Ming here and left. He still did not think of Lu Ming. Lu Ming had only entered the 10,000 demons path for 200 years. Moreover, he was a human. This was simply impossible. It was impossible. He's here. The one who passed through the 10,000 demons path is him. Lu Ming, Huang Ling said. Zhao Qing, the fire phoenix, had his mouth wide open as he stood there in a daze. His eyes were wide open. What did you say? The one who passed through the 10,000 demons path is him? How is this possible? He has only entered the 10,000 demons path for 200 years. Moreover, he's a human. It's impossible for him to comprehend demonic arts so quickly. How can it be him? Zhao Qing shouted in disbelief and almost collapsed. But it's really him. Huang Ling muttered. She did not know how to explain to Zhao Qing. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Was it incredible to pass through the 10,000 demons path in 200 years? Why didn't he think so? In fact, he had only used 130 years to pass through the 10,000 demons path. He wondered what Zhao Qing's expression would be when he found out. Here, this is for you. It's the reward for passing through the 10,000 demons path. Take this formation plate and you can pass through the 10,000 demons path unimpeded and reach the universe of the 10,000 demons mountain. Lu Ming said, handing over the formation plate he had obtained from the myriad demons path to Zhao Qing. Is this true? Zhao Qing said in a daze. If you don't believe me, you can try using the array plate. Lu Ming said. Zhao Qing revealed a bewildered expression. Was what Lu Ming said true? Did Lu Ming really pass the 10,000 demons path? Was the iron plate in Lu Ming's hand really the reward for clearing the 10,000 demons path? With it, one could travel unimpeded on the 10,000 demons path? She still found it hard to believe, but Lu Ming and Huang Ling had clearly broken through the void and appeared here. She had no choice but to believe it. All right. In the end, Zhao Qing's body flashed with light, and she transformed into a young and beautiful girl wearing a fiery red dress. Then, she picked up the array plate and flew into the square. Immediately, the 10,000 demon path in front of her changed. It was different from before, and a path appeared. She stepped out and disappeared in front of Lu Ming and Huang Ling. Lu Ming and Huang Ling didn't have to wait for too long. Only half an hour later, Zhao Qing's figure reappeared. It's true, it's true. I can freely enter and exit the 10,000 demons path. Zhao Qing's face was full of excitement and ecstasy. She was too excited. Since the destruction of the primordial world, the demons of the 10,000 demons mountain had sealed themselves and isolated themselves from the world. It had been countless years, and they couldn't go out. Zhao Qing was born inside the 10,000 demons mountain. She couldn't be more familiar with the small 10,000 demons mountain, and she was tired of it. Her dream was to walk out of the 10,000 demons mountain and go to the legendary primordial world. Now, this dream had finally come true. How could she not be excited? Then, she looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. She didn't expect that it was really Lu Ming who had passed the 10,000 demons path. A human actually spent only 200 years to pass the 10,000 demons path. What kind of talent was this? The reincarnation of a human king? Cough, cough, Lu Ming blushed when Zhao Qing looked at him. He coughed a few times and said, after this array is activated, it can cover many people at the same time, and many people can pass the 10,000 demons path at the same time. Great, great, great. Zhao Qing beamed. But now, there are many forces outside the 10,000 demons mountain. Creatures of the forbidden areas are dominating. You have to be careful. Lu Ming warned. Creatures of the forbidden areas? Creatures of the forbidden areas have appeared? Lu Ming, tell me in detail about the current situation of the universe. Zhao Qing said. Okay, Lu Ming nodded and immediately told her about the current situation of the primordial world. I see. I didn't expect the primordial world to become like this. But now, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we grasp it well, maybe the demons can rise again. Zhao Qing whispered. She yearned for the outside world, so she was familiar with all kinds of books about the primordial world and understood a lot of things. Well, you can discuss what to do. Huang Ling and I will leave here first. Lu Ming said. Okay, then we'll see you another day. Zhao Qing hurriedly nodded and couldn't wait to find the other experts of the demon race to discuss this matter. Goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists and reached out to grab Huang Ling. Their figures flashed and they headed out of the 10,000 demons path. With Lu Ming leading, they were unimpeded and soon returned to the surface of the 10,000 demons mountain. Then they flew out of the 10,000 demons mountain. Now that 200 years had passed, the restrictions around the 10,000 demons mountain had reappeared and become stronger. However, now that Lu Ming had the Demon King Emperor mark, the restrictions of the 10,000 demons mountain were useless to Lu Ming. The formations of other places were difficult for Lu Ming, but the formations of the demon race were really not difficult for Lu Ming. The Demon King Emperor mark could easily see through all the formations and restrictions of the demon race. Soon, Lu Ming and Huang Ling passed through the restrictions of the 10,000 demons mountain and saw a figure waiting anxiously outside. This figure was naturally Mulan's. Mulan's had waited outside the 10,000 demons mountain for 200 years. She was really anxious. Could it be that Lu Ming was also trapped in the 10,000 demons mountain? Otherwise, why would he not come out after 200 years? Just as she was waiting anxiously, she saw Lu Ming and Huang Ling fly out. Lu Ming, Mulan's was overjoyed and flew over. Sister Mulan's, Huang Ling blushed and withdrew her small hand that was held by Lu Ming. She knew about the relationship between Lu Ming and Mulan's. She felt a little guilty when Lu Ming grabbed her hand in front of Mulan's. Lu Ming naturally knew what Huang Ling was thinking and smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he would have to spend more effort on getting along with the girls in the future. Huang Ling, it's great that you're fine. By the way, what happened after that? Mulan's asked. Huang Ling immediately told her about her experiences over the years. Her experience was actually very simple. After entering the interior of the 10,000 demons mountain, she entered the 10,000 demons path. She spent most of her time in the 10,000 demons path. After Huang Ling told her, Lu Ming also briefly told her how he rescued Huang Ling. Chapter 50-45. Mulan's was almost numb to the various miracles that Lu Ming had created. Therefore, when she heard that Lu Ming had used 200 years to break through the myriad demon path that the demon race could not break through for countless years, Mulan's heart did not fluctuate at all. She was very calm. The pressure of the origin tribulation has decreased again. Suddenly, Lu Ming let out a soft cry of surprise. Originally, peak divine master existences could feel the pressure brought about by the origin tribulation. Lu Ming discovered that the pressure brought about by the origin tribulation had decreased greatly compared to 200 years ago. However, this was normal. After all, there were only about 300 years left until the end of the origin tribulation. The closer it was to the end of the origin tribulation, the weaker the power of the origin tribulation would be. Let's go, let's return to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm first. Lu Ming said. The three of them flew towards the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. After a while, they returned to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. As soon as they returned to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, Lu Ming and the others learned two important news. The first was that the early Origin Realm existences had awakened one after another. The Origin Tribulation was no longer dangerous to early Origin Realm existences. Early Origin Realm existences no longer had to worry about their lives and could move about freely. Of course, the stronger one's cultivation was, the greater the suppression of the Origin Tribulation. Those above the mid-Origin Realm could not awaken yet. This was definitely a major event, enough to change the situation of the major forces in the past. In the past, when the Origin Realm did not appear, the Invincible Divine Master was the strongest and could dominate the battle. Now, the Invincible Divine Master's role would be greatly reduced. No matter how strong the Invincible Divine Master was, he was only a Divine Master. At most, he was equivalent to the most ordinary Origin Realm existences. However, how many early Origin Realm experts were there in the Forbidden Grounds? The Forbidden Grounds and the Ashen Azure Divine Realm were not like the Heaven Destroyer or the Celestial Race. There were only a few hundred origins. Their number of origins was astonishing. It was not something that the Heaven Destroyer or the Celestial Race could compare to. There were even geniuses among these early Origin Realm existences. It could be said that the Invincible Divine Master no longer had the right to speak, but the origins. Lu Ming was quite depressed. It hadn't been easy for him to cultivate a Genesis technique, and it was very likely that he would be able to break through 5 times. He had thought that he would be invincible under the heavens and that no one would be his match. Who would have thought that an Origin Realm expert would appear before he could even make a name for himself? Lu Ming was powerful, but he was not arrogant. With his battle prowess, he could deal with regular early reciprocity experts, but he would definitely be done for if he encountered monstrous geniuses of origin. After all, reciprocity cultivators were able to unleash the full power of source-grade divine weapons. The second piece of news was that the peerless prodigy of the Dark Vine clan, Enchanting, would be attempting a breakthrough to reciprocity in a month's time. It's possible to attack origins even under the Great Tribulation of Origins? Lu Ming was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. Of course it's possible. Legend has it that once one breaks through to reciprocity under the Great Tribulation of Origins, they will obtain unimaginable benefits. Their talent and potential will greatly increase. Of course, the difficulty of breaking through is also astonishingly high, and it's also extremely dangerous. Legend has it that countless peerless geniuses have tried to break through to reciprocity under the Great Tribulation of Origins, only to die in the end. It was Han Yu who explained to Lu Ming and the others. So it's possible to break through to reciprocity under the Great Tribulation of Origins. Lu Ming murmured inside, his eyes filled with astonishment. It's said that Enchanting has long wanted to break through to reciprocity under the Great Tribulation of Origins, but the Great Tribulation of Origins was too powerful in the past, so he didn't dare to take action. Only recently, when the Great Tribulation of Origins weakened a lot, did he begin to prepare to break through. Now, a large number of people from various major forces have already headed to the Great Tribulation of Origins to witness this once-in-a-lifetime event. Originally, I also planned to set off. You guys came back just in time. Do you want to go together? Asked Han Yu. Of course we're going, said Lu Ming. He was also a person with loftier ambitions. Since he could break through to reciprocity under the Great Tribulation of Origins, he would obtain great benefits and raise his upper limit. How could he not be tempted? He naturally wanted to see Enchanting break through to reciprocity to broaden his horizons. If possible, he also wanted to break through to reciprocity under the Great Tribulation of Origins. His cultivation base had already reached the limit of a peak godly master. As long as he stabilized for a while, he could begin to break through. Very well then, let's set off together. Han Yu nodded. Great Tribulation of Origins. Great Tribulation of the Primeval Continent in the Last Era. It was a famous mountain that was renowned throughout the world. Enchanting had chosen this place for 2 reasons. First, the environment of this famous mountain was excellent, and the primeval qi was extremely rich. Second, it also meant that Tianting was superior to the heavens. One could see that Tianting's ambitions were loftier than the heavens. When Lu Ming and the others arrived at Great Tribulation of Origins, there were still 10 days before Tianting would break through to reciprocity. At this moment, there was already a sea of people around Great Tribulation of Origins. Humans, 9 demonic spiders, extreme evil tribe, heavenly vine, dark heaven warriors, and ice fire tribe. The 6 major forces of the Western universe had all gathered. There were hundreds of thousands of people from each side. There were at least 1 million people present. Now, with the recovery of the primeval universe, there were more and more resources. The number of living beings in the Forbidden Lands also increased. Of course, excluding those in the Origin realm, the living beings in the Forbidden Lands who woke up later were not particularly powerful. There were not many godly Master Realm experts who had broken through to the extreme tribulation. This was because the living beings in the Forbidden Lands had resources in the past. The first ones to wake up were the extreme tribulation experts. He had to awaken the powerful ones first before he could seize more resources. Although there were many living beings in the Forbidden Lands who woke up later, most of them were ordinary godly emperors and godly masters. Lu Ming glanced through the crowd and saw many familiar faces. For example, Zhu Tian of the 9 demonic spiders, Mo Sha, and Ichan of the extreme evil tribe, and so on. There were also many existences with terrifying auras in the crowd. Without a doubt, these people were all Origin realm experts. Lu Ming, Mulans, and the others silently mixed in with the human experts. With the help of these human experts, they blocked the view of Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others. If Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others discovered Lu Ming, they would probably go crazy and ask the Origin realm experts of the 2 races to deal with Lu Ming. Right now, watching Tianting break through to the Origin realm was the most important matter. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, Zhu Tian and the others' attention was on the heaven-upholding peak. They did not notice Lu Ming's arrival. A figure sat cross-legged on the heaven-upholding peak. It was Tianting. There were at least dozens of heavenly vine experts guarding around Tianting to ensure that he would not be disturbed. Of course, if he really began to break through to the Origin realm, outsiders could not interfere. If outsiders interfered while breaking through to the Origin realm during the Origin tribulation, they would be courting death. Not only would they harm themselves, but they would also implicate the person breaking through. Not only could outsiders not help, but they could not even use their various weapons. Chapter 50-46. Lu Ming mixed in with the crowd and listened to the discussions of the people around him. He obtained a lot of useful information. There are 2 main obstacles to breaking through to the Origin realm under the Great Tribulation of Origin. The first obstacle is how to make the Origin seed sprout and transform into an Origin root under the Great Tribulation of Origin. Not far away, a few old men of the human race were discussing. Just by standing there casually, the old men of the human race gave off a feeling that they were one with the world. This was the Origin realm. Clearly, these old men of the human race were early Origin realm cultivators who had recently unsealed themselves and awakened. These people had lived for a long time and knew a lot of secrets. That's right. Under the Great Tribulation of Origin, one will be suppressed by the cosmic sea. It's more than 10 times more difficult to make the Origin seed transform into an Origin root. It's also very dangerous. If you're not careful, the Origin seed will collapse under the pressure of the cosmic sea. At that time, it won't be as simple as the Origin seed collapsing. You'll be completely destroyed, another old man in a silver robe said. This is only the first difficulty. The second difficulty is even more dangerous. Even if you succeed and transform into an Origin root, the cosmic sea will still devour the Origin root. How to stop the devouring of the cosmic sea is the most important thing. If you dare to break through under the Great Tribulation of Origin, the cosmic sea will become violent and the devouring power will be abnormally strong. If you can't stop it, you'll die. The old man in front continued. Some of the young people in the surroundings turned pale. The difficulty was just too great. Originally, under normal circumstances, breaking through to the origin realm was shockingly difficult and very dangerous. There was a risk of death if one was not careful. Needless to say, under the Great Tribulation of Origin, it was practically a hellish difficulty. This is the difference between a monstrous genius and an ordinary genius. Although this step is dangerous, it's also an opportunity. If you succeed, the gap between a monstrous genius and an ordinary genius will be further widened. Even geniuses of the same level who have passed or not will rapidly widen the gap between them. Legend has it that in the primeval continent of the last epoch, there were peerless monstrous geniuses who specifically searched for universes under the Great Tribulation of Origin. They went to those universes to break through to increase their upper limits and enhance their talent and potential. An old man glanced at the young people and said indifferently, "That's right. Legend has it that the human king Xian Yuan and the ancient queen did this." Another old man said. The young people secretly curled their lips and didn't agree. Human king Xian Yuan and the ancient queen. Who were they? Were they human monarchs? He was a supreme master who dominated the untainted continent. Even creatures in forbidden lands and other universes were frightened by his name. How could they compare with him? One shouldn't bite off more than they can chew. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shi Tianteng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and nodded slightly at the experts of the dark sky vine race. The experts of the dark sky vine race around Shi Tian Vine quickly retreated and left the towering sky peak. Boom! After the people of the dark vine race left, a powerful aura burst out from Shi Tianting's body. He began to break through. The eyes of the millions of people in the surroundings lit up. Shi Tianting had been adjusting his state before. Now that he had adjusted his state to the peak, he immediately began to break through. Shi Tianting's aura became stronger and stronger as if there was no end to it. His body was surrounded by red and black lights. One could see a ball of light in his body. It was like a sun that emitted a dazzling light. What a powerful aura. Is this the fourth stage of the extreme break? Some origin realm existences looked solemn. They felt pressure just from the aura without making a move. They were shocked by the terrifying strength of the fourth stage of the extreme break. Of course, these were the more ordinary origin realm existences. The truly powerful origin realm existences didn't change their expressions. Shi Tianting's aura was still rising. Lu Ming knew that Shi Tianting was breaking through to the origin realm. It would be crucial when his aura reached the peak. Rumble. Suddenly, the void trembled. Rumbling sounds came from the depths of the void. Then, a terrifying pressure suddenly filled the place. The pressure of the origin tribulation has increased. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Just now, Lu Ming clearly felt that the pressure of the origin tribulation had increased by a lot. He hasn't broken through yet, but he's already caused a disturbance in the cosmic sea. How shocking. Retreat. The origin realm existences retreated rapidly, retreating billions of kilometers away in an instant to distance themselves from Shi Tianting as soon as possible. The reason why they could break their seal and come out was because the power of the origin tribulation had weakened. It didn't have much effect on early origin realm existences. However, Shi Tianting's breakthrough had caused a disturbance in the cosmic sea, causing the power of the origin tribulation in this area to increase greatly. How could these origin realm existences dare to stay? If they stayed, they would probably die before Shi Tianting could break through. The disturbance in the cosmic sea caused the pressure of the origin tribulation to increase greatly. However, it didn't affect those below the origin realm much. Those below the origin realm didn't retreat and continued to watch. Shi Tianting's aura continued to increase, and the origin seed in his body began to tremble. Everyone knew that it had reached a critical moment. Now, Shi Tianting must be under tremendous pressure. If he wasn't careful, his origin seed would explode, and his entire body would explode, destroying his body and soul. Rumble. The rumbling in the depths of the void continued and became more and more intense. In the next moment, the space in the void actually continued to spin, forming a vortex. Above Shi Tianting, the space distorted and collapsed. Through the distorted space, one could even see an ocean. That was the cosmic sea. The cosmic sea was rolling, and the waves were surging violently. It was breathtaking, as if it was furious. From afar, this vortex looked like an eye that was looking down and corroding Enchanting. Crack. A crisp sound spread throughout the entire place, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Everyone saw that a crack had appeared on the origin seed of the celestial vine. A crack has appeared on the origin seed. Is Enchanting going to fail? Nonsense, that's the state of taking root and germinating. Enchanting is going to break through successfully. Many people roared. Chapter 50-47. A crack appeared on Enchanting's origin energy seed, causing many people to lose their composure. In the beginning, many people thought that Enchanting was about to fail, unable to endure any longer. However, they soon discovered that they were wrong. Enchanting was about to succeed in his breakthrough. The origin energy seed was about to sprout. Only after the origin energy seed had broken through could it sprout and grow an origin root. As expected, cracking sounds constantly rang out. More and more cracks appeared on Enchanting's origin energy seed. A while later, the cracks were like a spiderweb, densely covering the seed. Afterwards, strands of roots extended from the origin energy seed. These roots spread out, extending to various parts of Enchanting's body. The existence of origin energy, the roots of the origin root, took root in various parts of the body, covering it like veins. Above the origin root was the vast ocean, connecting to the cosmic sea. As for the soul, it would enter the origin root, borrowing the origin energy of the origin root to nourish and strengthen the soul. As a result, the origin root was extremely important to origin realm existences. Once the origin root was destroyed, the consequences would be extremely severe. More and more roots appeared on Enchanting's origin energy seed, extending to every part of his body. Afterwards, the origin energy seed slowly grew upwards, and an origin root slowly appeared. The origin root seemed like a meridian, but it was actually completely condensed from origin energy. It was extremely tough, comparable to divine weapons. Generally speaking, it was very difficult to shatter. Origin realm existences had a way to preserve their lives. Once their origin root was attacked and on the verge of shattering, cultivators could escape into the roots of the origin root to protect their soul. This was because the roots of the origin root were rooted in the body. As long as the body was not completely destroyed, a new origin root could be grown through the roots in the body. As a result, origin realm existences possessed extremely tenacious vitality. Killing them was very difficult, unless the body was reduced to ashes or the soul was destroyed with lightning speed. Although origin realm existences could theoretically survive even if their origin root was destroyed, no one had ever tried it. Firstly, once the origin root was destroyed, you might not be able to grasp the opportunity to escape into the roots with your soul. Many people's souls didn't even have time to escape the instant their origin roots were destroyed. Secondly, even if one's soul managed to escape into the roots and preserve one's life, if one's origin root was destroyed, it would be extremely difficult to regrow it. The amount of resources required would be astonishing, and it might even affect one's future cultivation path. After all, monstrous geniuses who could break through and rebuild themselves were too rare. As time passed, the origin root of the heaven-seeding vine grew longer and longer, thicker and thicker. In the end, it stopped growing when it was an inch long. One could see that the origin root of the heaven-seeding vine was a mixture of white and red. It looked like a beautiful piece of jade. Success. The origin roots that have just broken through are all 1 inch long. The celestial vine has successfully broken through. Impressive. To be able to successfully break through under the great source tribulation, he is truly a monster. I wonder what level the celestial vine's source energy is. It shouldn't be low level, right? Nonsense. With Enchanting's talent, his source energy can't be low level. It's at least mid-level. Many people were discussing this matter. Origin roots were also divided into different grades. They were divided into low level, mid-level, high level and peak level. Before breaking through to the origin realm, the stronger the power one controlled, the higher the grade would be after it was converted into origin energy. Of course, the majority of cultivators would have low-level origin roots after breaking through to the origin realm. This included many monstrous geniuses, even those who had broken through once or twice, but their origin roots were all low-level. It was simply too difficult to form a mid-level origin root. Only those who had broken through 3 times would have mid-level origin roots after breaking through to the origin world because the power they originally controlled was excessively strong. For example, Enchanting, who had broken through 4 times, would definitely have mid-level origin roots after breaking through to the origin realm. As for high-level origin roots, it was even more difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was basically impossible for someone who had just broken through to the origin realm to form a high-level origin root. Even 4 times would not be enough. Of course, there were unparalleled monstrous geniuses who had broken through 5 times in the great desolate continent of the previous epoch. As for whether or not they could do it, that was unknown. As for peak-level origin roots, it was simply impossible for someone who had just broken through to the origin realm to form one. It was simply impossible. However, the grade of the origin root was not completely fixed. After breaking through to the origin realm, it was still possible to continue increasing it if there was a fortuitous encounter. It was just too difficult. The higher the grade of the origin root, the greater the power of the origin realm. There were many factors that affected a person's battle prowess at the origin realm. Their cultivation base, the strength of their genesis arts, their divine weapons and armors, and the grade of their origin roots. Of course, there was also their battle experience, battle awareness, and so on. Their cultivation base was only one aspect. Therefore, Lu Ming smiled bitterly when he heard that those at the early origin realm could move freely. Some existences seemed to only be at the early origin realm, but their battle prowess was unbelievably terrifying. Although Lu Ming might have broken through 5 times, it was still better to keep a low profile. It's too early for you to be happy. Enchanting has only passed the first trial. Forming an origin root under the origin tribulation is the most dangerous part. An old man said coldly. Many people's expressions changed, especially the members of the Vine race on a cloudy day. They were even more worried. When one's origin root was destroyed in a battle, one's soul could still escape into the root hairs, and there was still the possibility of growing a new origin root. However, under the origin tribulation, the cosmic sea would not only devour the origin root, but also the root hairs. It would be truly uprooted without any luck. Rumble. At that moment, the rumbling in the void became louder. The cosmic sea seemed to be furious, and the terrifying pressure became even stronger. The whirlpool spun rapidly, and then a terrifying devouring force acted on Enchanting's body. It had begun. Everyone was shocked, knowing that the most critical moment had arrived. If Enchanting could not endure it, everything he had done before would be in vain, and he would die. If he could endure it, his future would be bright. As long as he did not die, he would definitely become an immortal. Buzz. One could see that Enchanting's newly grown origin root was shaking violently, as if it was about to leave his body. No one can take away my origin root, not even the cosmic sea. Enchanting roared, and the aura of his entire body erupted. The origin force covered his entire body to resist the devouring force from the cosmic sea. Under Enchanting's full resistance, his origin root temporarily stabilized. However, the rumbling of the cosmic sea became even louder, and it seemed to be even more violent. An even more terrifying devouring force erupted. Puff! Enchanting's body trembled violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Chapter 50-48. An even more terrifying devouring force erupted from the cosmic sea. Enchanting's body trembled, and he coughed up blood. His face turned pale. Many people cried out in alarm. Could it be that Enchanting couldn't hold on any longer? Was Enchanting's genesis root about to be devoured? Puff! Puff! Enchanting coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood. The origin force that covered his body trembled and began to disperse. Even his body began to slowly decay, and wisps of flesh and blood were slowly dissipating. The cosmic sea was going to devour even his flesh and blood. Enchanting had used his body and origin force to envelop the Genesis root to protect it and prevent it from being devoured. The cosmic sea was very domineering, and it wanted to destroy the defensive object first. It wanted to destroy the defensive object first, then devour the Genesis root and completely eliminate Enchanting. Not good. The heavenly Vine people were the most worried. Was Enchanting going to fail and die? What a pity. Enchanting had already reached this step and successfully stepped into the origin force. From now on, his achievements would be limitless. There was a broad path in front of him that would lead directly to the immortal Tao. He was destined to have a bright future. His death was an irreparable loss for the heavenly Vine race. Of course, some people were secretly happy. These people were from other forbidden lands. For example, the 9 demonic spider and the extreme evil race. They were competitors with the heavenly Vine race, and they didn't want to see a heaven-defying genius born in the heavenly Vine race. Once he grew, it wouldn't benefit them at all. Enchanting hasn't reached his limit yet. There's still a chance. Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at the battlefield. He had fought with Enchanting before, and he knew how powerful Enchanting was. It could be said that Enchanting wasn't any weaker than him before he comprehended Genesis techniques. He only won because he was born and raised in this universe and had an innate advantage. He didn't believe that Enchanting would die just like that. Roar! Enchanting roared, and his origin force crazily erupted. His body was covered in divine light, and then his body rapidly transformed into a vine. The vine was pitch black like black iron and filled with Qi. This was the main body of the celestial vines, a powerful celestial vine. After the celestial vines transformed into their original form, they began to grow rapidly. From a few meters long, they quickly grew to millions of meters long. Countless vines extended from them, and these vines took root in the void. The air was grabbed by the vines and gathered toward the celestial seat vine, forming a layer of defense for the celestial seat vine. After reverting to his original form, the origin root in Enchanting's body became much more stable. Rumble. The cosmic ocean was roaring, and the void was shaking. The terrifying devouring power kept erupting, and it was in a stalemate with Seat Heaven Vine. Time ticked by. The hearts of the onlookers were in their throats. Everyone knew that every minute and every second was crucial for Enchanting. Perhaps in the next moment, Enchanting would be unable to withstand the pressure and be defeated. The situation of Celestial Vine was indeed not good. As time passed, he looked very miserable. Many of his vines were rotting, collapsing, and collapsing. The heavenly vine, which was originally several million meters long and covered the entire sky, was slowly shrinking. It went from several million meters to hundreds of thousands of meters, tens of thousands of meters, thousands of meters. 2 hours later, only a few meters long trunk was left of the celestial seat vine's original form. But at this moment, things took a turn for the better. The roaring in the void began to weaken, and the eye-like vortex in the void also began to shrink. Through the vortex, the cosmic ocean was slowly calming down. It was no longer surging and roaring. In the void, the terrifying pressure continued to decrease. It was going to pass. The onlookers had mixed feelings. They knew that Enchanting had withstood the origin tribulation and successfully broken through to the origin realm. It was heaven-defying. Among them, the people of the heavenly Vine race were the most excited. Their race was going to produce an unparalleled powerhouse. He has withstood it. Looks like it's not completely impossible to break through under the origin tribulation. If Enchanting can do it, so can I. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were filled with determination. There was another person who was as determined as Lu Ming. This person was from the Dark Heavens warrior race. He was as famous as Enchanting. He was one of the only 2 people in the universe who had broken through 4 times. If Enchanting could do it, so could he. His eyes were filled with determination. Other than the 2 of them, the other prodigies could only be envious. Enchanting had only succeeded in breaking through when he was on the brink of death. They were far inferior to Enchanting. Forcefully breaking through under the origin tribulation was courting death. Suddenly, the vortex in the void completely disappeared. But before the vortex disappeared, a beam of energy flew out from the cosmic ocean and shot at Enchanting. When this beam of energy landed on Enchanting, it quickly sank into his body. It could be seen that Enchanting's originally broken body was rapidly cultivating. The vines grew back and looked even tougher. Not only that, but the origin root in Enchanting's body was also changing. It was rapidly becoming thicker and longer. The origin root itself became more solid and emitted a dazzling luster. Everyone present, including the origin realm cultivators, was filled with envy. They knew that this was a gift from the cosmic ocean. Only those who succeeded in breaking through under the origin tribulation could receive a gift from the cosmic ocean. The gift from the cosmic ocean was no small matter. This energy could transform Enchanting. Not only would his physical body become stronger, but his origin root and soul would also be transformed. It could be said that Enchanting's origin root, or the power of the origin, had become stronger. Could it be that Enchanting's origin root has reached the advanced level? Someone asked in shock. With Enchanting's talent, even if he broke through under normal conditions, his origin root would definitely be at the intermediate level. Now that he had received a gift from the cosmic ocean, his origin root had transformed and become an advanced level? It's hard to say. In history, there are too few examples of successful breakthroughs under the origin tribulation. Moreover, everyone's talent and potential are different. The gifts they receive will also be different. No one can say for sure. Yes, maybe it has really evolved to the advanced level, or maybe it's still at the intermediate level. Some of the older generation figures were talking. They knew even more secrets. Just because one had broken through 4 times didn't mean that one could successfully break through to the source realm under the great calamity of the source realm. There were too many things involved. One's personal strength was the opposite, but there was also willpower, talent, potential, and so on. In history, there was no lack of existences who had broken through 4 times. They had broken through under the origin tribulation, but there were very few who succeeded. There were even existences who had broken through 5 times, but they did not succeed and died. Therefore, there was very little information left behind. Chapter 50-49. Enchanting's physical body recovered rapidly. When he was fully recovered, he reverted back to his human form. At the same time, the energy between heaven and earth gathered towards Enchanting in a frenzy. Enchanting's aura rose rapidly. A terrifying pressure radiated from Enchanting's body. Many people in the surroundings constantly retreated. They felt like several hundred planets were pressing down on them. Enchanting's presence skyrocketed. This process lasted for several hours. Finally, Enchanting's presence completely stabilized. However, the pressure was still extremely powerful. It was even stronger than before. The peak of early reciprocity. Not only has he completely stabilized his cultivation after breaking through, he's even reached the peak of early reciprocity. Is this the benefit of breaking through under the origin crisis? That's not all. His body, soul, and origin root have all transformed. And that's just on the surface. The most important thing is his talent and potential, a few reciprocity experts exclaimed in shock. Their eyes were filled with envy. He had reached the peak of early reciprocity as soon as he broke through. Who knew how much time he had saved compared to ordinary people? His body, soul, and origin root had all transformed, becoming even more powerful. These benefits were enough to make people green with envy. However, these were only on the surface. They could be seen. The most important thing was talent and potential. Even if they increased, others would not be able to see it. For example, if one's comprehension ability increased, others would not be able to see it. These were the most important things. They were related to one's future achievements and limits. The breathing of many young geniuses became ragged. Desire filled their eyes. Breaking through under the origin crisis would bring just too many benefits. It was difficult for them to remain calm. Swish. At that moment, Enchanting, who had his eyes closed the entire time, finally opened them. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Anyone who met his gaze would feel a great pressure. Even the veteran reciprocity experts did not dare to look him in the eye. It could be said that although Enchanting had just broken through to reciprocity, he basically stood at the peak of early reciprocity. There were not many who could match him. Enchanting had already comprehended Genesis techniques. As for weapons and armors, Enchanting had already possessed them. They were all top origin grade weapons and armors. As for origin roots, Enchanting had to be at least mid-origin grade. Just how many early reciprocity experts possessed them? It could be said that as soon as Enchanting broke through the origin, his battle prowess skyrocketed. Wu Ju, if you can't make a breakthrough under the origin source tribulation, you will no longer be a match for me. Enchanting's gaze landed on a burly figure in black armor. This figure was called Wu Ju. He was the peerless genius who was as famous as Enchanting in the past. Wu Ju's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. He knew that it was pointless to say anything now. The current Enchanting was indeed undefeatable. Before he broke through under the origin tribulation, it was useless to say anything. Instead, it would be laughable. Moreover, Enchanting was correct. If he could not make a breakthrough before the origin tribulation, the gap between him and Enchanting would be irreparable. He would never be a match for Enchanting. He didn't say anything, but in his heart, he was even more determined. He had to break through under the great tribulation of origins. Then, Enchanting's gaze leaped over the crowd and landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I know you're here. When I just broke through, I merged with the universe and my spiritual perception was sharp. I've already sensed you. Enchanting spoke again. Lu Ming is here. Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others looked in Lu Ming's direction with cold gazes. As soon as they observed carefully, Lu Ming couldn't hide even if he wanted to. He was immediately discovered. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step forward. Since he had been discovered, there was no need to hide. It really is Lu Ming. Immediately, countless gazes looked at Lu Ming in unison. Some were curious, while some were gloating. 200 years ago, Lu Ming defeated Enchanting. Would Enchanting seek revenge on Lu Ming now? Lu Ming looked straight at Enchanting without fear. He understood that with his current combat strength, it was impossible for him to be a match for Enchanting, who had broken through. However, if Enchanting really wanted to fight, he wouldn't avoid the battle. If he really couldn't win, he could just hide in the great desolate ring. Since he had been discovered, he could only face it. Lu Ming, I have to thank you. To everyone's surprise, Enchanting actually said those words. Even Lu Ming was surprised. Being defeated by you has made me realize my shortcomings, allowing me to make up for my weaknesses and strengthen my Tao heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to achieve a breakthrough under the origin tribulation. Enchanting continued. Lu Ming didn't say anything, but he sighed in his heart. Enchanting was really a terrifying opponent. After being defeated by him, not only did he not suffer a setback, he became even stronger and finally completed his transformation. Lu Ming had never seen such an opponent in his life. Even Lu Ming was impressed. I really want to fight with you again, but now is not the time. You haven't broken through to the origin realm, so you're not a match for me. Lu Ming, I'll wait for you. When you break through to the origin realm, we'll fight again. I hope you won't disappoint me. Enchanting said in a gentle voice, but his gentle tone was filled with strong confidence. Before Lu Ming broke through to the origin realm, he wouldn't bother to fight. He wanted to wait for Lu Ming to break through to the origin realm before fighting with Lu Ming. Alright, when I break through to the origin realm, we'll fight again. However, I'll tell you this. If I can beat you once, I can beat you again. Lu Ming replied in a very strong and confident manner. Ha ha ha, good. I hope that day will come soon. Enchanting laughed loudly. Senior sister, Huang Ling, let's go. At this moment, Lu Ming pulled Mulan's and Huang Ling and quickly retreated. Lu Ming, where do you think you're going? Since you've shown yourself, you still want to leave? Stay. With a few angry roars, Zhu Tian and Emo Sha charged at Lu Ming. Apart from them, several other Origin Realm experts from the two clans also charged at Lu Ming. These people's eyes were filled with thick killing intent. Zhu Tian and Emo Sha were especially furious. When they thought of how Lu Ming had suppressed them in the past and even used them to exchange for top-grade source-level divine medicines, their killing intent towards Lu Ming surged. They wanted nothing more than to grind Lu Ming's bones to dust. Let's go. Lu Ming retreated with Mulan's and Huang Ling. However, these Origin Realm experts were clearly extraordinary. They were all early Origin Realm experts. Their speed was astonishing. They quickly approached Lu Ming and erupted with their Origin Realm strength. Several terrifying attacks tore through the void and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a huge pressure. The battle prowess of these Origins was very strong. The people from the two clans knew beforehand that Lu Ming had the battle prowess of a 4-time Origin Realm expert, so the ones who attacked were naturally not ordinary Origin Realm experts. They were all Origin Realm experts who were confident in suppressing Lu Ming. Chapter 50-50. The 9-Een demonic spider and several powerful Origin Realm experts of the extreme evil race launched attacks at Lu Ming. Space shattered as violent energy surged towards Lu Ming. It was an astonishing sight. These people were all extremely powerful. They could be regarded as experts among early reciprocity experts. They had all comprehended Genesis techniques and possessed soul-grade weapons. Lu Ming felt a tremendous pressure and was about to use his full strength to block the attacks. At this moment, a streak of black sword light appeared and sliced through space. The attacks of the Origin Realm experts were severed by the black sword light and dispersed in the air. Shi Tianting, what are you doing? Zhu Tian roared. The person who had blocked the attacks for Lu Ming was actually Shi Tianting. Lu Ming was also stunned. He never thought that Shi Tianting would intervene. He was about to use his Genesis techniques to block the attacks, but he stopped. Lu Ming just challenged me to a battle, yet you attacked him. What, are you looking down on me? Shi Tianting said coldly. Shi Tianting, we have no intention of opposing you. Lu Ming has a great enmity with us. We're just taking revenge. Mo Sha explained. I wouldn't care if you attacked somewhere else, but I'm definitely going to interfere today. A bunch of Origin Realm experts working together against a single divine master. How shameful. Aren't you ashamed? Shi Tianting sneered mockingly. Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others flushed red. They roared inside, you're amazing. Do you think everyone is as amazing as you? If we don't use our Origin Realm experts, how can we deal with Lu Ming? Of course, they could only roar inside. They did not dare to say it out loud. Shi Tianting was just too powerful. He was basically unmatched among early Origin Realm experts. Even if the Origin Realm experts of their two races worked together, they might not be Shi Tianting's opponent. Lu Ming, you can leave, but I can only help you once. If you die at the hands of those rascals in the future, it means you're not worthy of being my opponent. Shi Tianting said to Lu Ming, his tone still arrogant. Thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Although Shi Tianting was arrogant, he had a good character. He would remember Shi Tianting's help. If Shi Tianting did not make a move today, with his strength, he might not be able to escape unscathed. After that, Lu Ming took Huang Ling and Mulan's and retreated. Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others stared coldly at Lu Ming, Mulan's, and Huang Ling. Since Shi Tianting was stopping them here, they would follow him in secret and make their move after leaving this area. Seniors, let's go back to the Azure Divine Realm. Among the crowd, Han Yu said loudly to some of the origins of the human race. Alright, in any case, Shi Tianting has already successfully broken through. It's time to leave. Let's go back together. The origins of the human race were all shrewd people. How could they not understand what Han Yu meant? Han Yu wanted to invite them to go with Lu Ming and the others to avoid being ambushed by the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil race. They had heard of Lu Ming's name a long time ago. With an inferior bloodline, he had the battle strength of a 4-time extreme evil race expert. Such a monster belonged to the human race. How could they watch Lu Ming be killed? All of a sudden, the human experts and Lu Ming headed in the direction of the Tsangqing divine realm. Damn it, Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others roared in their hearts. With so many origins of the human race together, they had no chance to attack. If they attacked by force, would they start a war with the Azure Divine Realm? They could not represent the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil race. They only represented a faction of the 2 races. They could not make the decision to start a war with the Azure Divine Realm. At the end of the day, they wanted to kill Lu Ming because of a personal grudge. The 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil race would not start a war with the Azure Divine Realm for them. Now that the early stage origin realm had awakened, the various factions had become stronger and had more experts. Once a war broke out, it would involve more people. A war could cause the loss of many origins. This made the various factions even more cautious than before. In the past, no matter how they fought, the ones who died were divine lords and god emperors. For the beings of the Forbidden Lands, it was easy to cultivate god emperors and divine lords. However, it was difficult to cultivate origins. Origins were definitely the backbone of their strength. They could not afford to lose them. Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others could only watch as Lu Ming and the others disappeared before their eyes. There will always be a chance in the future. There are still 300 years before the origin tribulation ends. There will be plenty of chances. Zhu Tian roared in his heart. His eyes were extremely cold. After Shi Tianning successfully broke through, the surrounding factions also left. The area became peaceful. Lu Ming, Mulans, and Huang Ling followed the human experts to the Azure Divine Realm. On the way, human origins constantly greeted Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and replied to them. In general, the humans of the Azure Divine Realm were very friendly. They did not look down on Lu Ming because of his inferior bloodline. People like Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao were in the minority after all. The current human race was not like the human race of the previous epoch. The human race was not as strong as it had been in the primeval continent. They were also not as arrogant as before. In general, they got along quite well. After more than 20 days, they returned to the Azure Divine Realm. Miss Han Yu, did anything major happen in the universe in the 200 years I was gone? After returning to the Azure Divine Realm, Lu Ming invited Han Yu to meet up and ask about what had happened in the years he was gone. The only major thing is that Shi Tianting broke through. There is nothing else, but there is something interesting that you might be interested in. Han Yu said. Interesting? What is it? Lu Ming asked curiously. The 3 of you are from the Eastern Universe, right? Recently, there have been quite a number of people from the Eastern Universe. Han Yu said. People from the Eastern Universe. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he asked, who are they? What do they look like? Miss Han Yu, can you tell me more about them? Lu Ming's interest was immediately piqued when he heard that people from the Eastern Universe had come. About 100 years ago, many strange races suddenly appeared in the Western Universe, which attracted the attention of the 6 major forces in the Western Universe. The human race also sent people to investigate. In the end, they concluded that these strange races were also creatures from the Forbidden Lands, but they were not from the Western Universe, but from the Eastern Universe. According to the ancient records, they should be the Yuanguang race, the Baleful Yin race and the Tsangming race. Han Yu said. They are creatures from the Forbidden Lands in the Eastern Universe. Why would they come to the Western Universe? Lu Ming was puzzled. I'm not sure. 100 years ago, those who came from the Eastern Universe were all below the origin level. In the past few decades, because the early stage of the origin level could move freely, the origin level of the 3 races kept coming to the Western Universe to join those who came before. They became stronger and stronger, but they didn't contact the major forces in the Western Universe, nor did they occupy any resources, so the major forces didn't care. But through observation, the three races in the Eastern universe should be looking for something. Han Yu explained. Chapter 50-51. What are they looking for? Lu Ming murmured with a thoughtful look on his face. The three clans of the Forbidden Lands had joined hands to come to the Western universe. They must have come through the void. What were they looking for after spending so much time and effort to come to the Western universe? The strange thing is that they have never left the 9 Elements Forbidden Land since more than 10 years ago. Han Yu continued. The 9 Elements Forbidden Land? Is it also a forbidden land? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. The 9 Elements Forbidden Land was not among the 5 forbidden lands in the Western universe. Yes, the 9 Elements Forbidden Land is also a terrifying forbidden land. It was as famous as the 9 demonic ruins and the extreme evil land during the Eldritch Continent era. There was also a group of terrifying creatures living there. However, it was destroyed by human King Xian Yuan during the Eldritch Continent era. Han Yu said. It was destroyed by human King Xian Yuan. Lu Ming, Mullins, and Huang Ling were shocked. During the Eldritch Continent era, there were actually many similar forbidden lands. There were terrifying creatures living there. Some of these creatures were dormant, but some often caused trouble. Some of the terrible disasters in the history of the Eldritch Continent might have been caused by these creatures. Therefore, some of the peerless experts in the Eldritch Continent had a lot of conflicts with these creatures. There were even peerless experts who directly killed their way into the Forbidden Lands and destroyed them. Legend has it that human King Xian Yuan once destroyed 2 forbidden lands. Human King Xing Shi and the ancient queen had done the same thing. Otherwise, there would be more such forbidden lands. The 9 Elements Forbidden Land is one of the 2 forbidden lands that were destroyed by the human King Xian Yuan. However, these forbidden lands have astonishing origins and profound foundations. Their strength is also beyond imagination, especially the 9 Elements Forbidden Land. It is said that after the human King Xian Yuan killed his way into the 9 Elements Forbidden Land, a world-shaking battle broke out. In that battle, the human King Xian Yuan was injured. His heart was pierced by a sharp sword, leaving behind a drop of his heart's blood which turned into a vast ocean. Han Yu was very excited as he talked about these stories. However, Lu Ming's mind was blown. He had a flash of inspiration and grasped the key point. Human King Xian Yuan killed his way into the 9 Elements Forbidden Land. A great battle broke out there. Human King was injured. His heart was pierced by a sharp sword, leaving behind a drop of blood. The sovereign personage's blood. The 3 races of the Forbidden Area have not left the 9 Elements Forbidden Area for 10 years. Could it be that they are here for the sovereign personage's blood? What do they want the human monarch's blood for? Could it be for the human king's body? That's right, the human king's heart. Lu Ming's mind spun rapidly. In the end, he suddenly thought of the human king's heart. Could it be that the 3 races of the Forbidden Lands were searching for the sovereign personage's heart? By the way, are there any other races other than the 3 forbidden races? Lu Ming asked. There seems to be. I've heard that someone recorded the appearances of those people using a breath shadow stone from afar. I'll go and find a copy for you to see. After saying that, Han Yu left. Half an hour later, Han Yu returned. While he was at it, he brought back a rest shadow stone. Activating the rest shadow stone, an image immediately appeared in the air. A large group of figures appeared in the image. There were at least 500 of them. It really was the 3 races of the Forbidden Lands. Lu Ming could tell with a single glance that there were indeed 3 races of the Forbidden Lands in the image. Moreover, there were many faces that Lu Ming was familiar with, such as Origin 4 Extremities, Origin 5 Extremities, Gaishak, Nether Fiend King, and so on. Of course, there were even more unfamiliar faces. There were middle-aged people and old people. However, even through the breath shadow stone, he could sense the powerful auras of these people. Clearly, these people were all existences in the Origin realm. The 3 races of the Forbidden Lands had mobilized a shocking number of Origin realm experts. It was evident how much importance they attached to this matter. Ye immortal. Soon after, Lu Ming saw a rather familiar figure in the crowd. It was the strongest ancestor of the celestial race, Ye Immortal. As expected, Ye Immortal is among them. This confirms my thoughts. It must be Ye Immortal who urged the three races of the Forbidden Lands to work together again. Their goal is to find the human monarch's heart so that we don't have to gather the complete body of the human monarch, Lu Ming understood when he saw Ye Immortal. All of this must be prompted by Ye Immortal. Ye Immortal had lived for a very long time. His thoughts were mysterious and cunning. They must have grasped some method to find the location of the human monarch's heart using the blood from his heart. No, the human monarch's heart can't fall into their hands. I must get it, Lu Ming murmured. He had already guessed most of the matter. At this moment, the three races of the Forbidden Lands and Ye Immortal's group stood on a mountain peak in the Nine Elements Forbidden Land. In front of them was a huge crater that spanned 1,000,000 square kilometers. The crater had clearly dried up. The bottom was blood red, as if it had been soaked in blood. Just what cultivation did human monarch Xian Yuan possess? Just a drop of his heart's blood was enough to create a crater that spanned 1,000,000 square kilometers in the Nine Elements Forbidden Land. It destroyed a large area of primitive mountains and formed a sea of blood. It's just that too much time has passed and the blood has dried up. An origin from the primordial light race sighed in amazement. Human monarch Xian Yuan was an existence that stood at the apex of the primeval continent. Even across the many universes, he was a peak expert. He's obviously not someone we can imagine. Another person sighed. Didn't an existence like that die too? We're about to succeed. Before long, we'll be able to refine the blood from human monarch Xian Yuan's heart and use it as a guide to find the human monarch's heart. A young man from the baleful En race said coldly and arrogantly. This young man from the baleful En race was a peak genius of his race. He was not much older than Gaishak, Infernal Fiend King, and the others, but he was already at the early origin realm. He was arrogant and unruly, looking down on everyone. From his words, it was as if he did not even take the human monarch seriously. To the side, Ye Immortal showed a look of disdain. This kind of person had never seen the strength and terror of a human monarch. He had seen it before. If this kind of person really encountered a human monarch, they would be reduced to ashes with just a breath. The three races of the Forbidden Land worked together and set up a formation in the crater before them. They were refining the human monarch's heart's blood that had seeped into it. They had been working on it for almost 10 years. It would not be long before they succeeded. Of course, the human monarch's heart's blood had been here for countless years. They could not refine a complete drop of it. They only needed to refine a portion. The three races of the Forbidden Land had only found this method after rummaging through ancient books. With a portion of the human monarch's heart's blood as a guide, they could find the exact location of the human monarch's heart. They would succeed in a few months or a year at most. The Azure Divine Realm. After Lu Ming learned of this, he immediately decided that he had to stop it. He planned to immediately set off for the Nine Elements Forbidden Land. Chapter 50-52. Lu Ming, there are so many experts in the Forbidden Grounds. It'll be dangerous for you to go alone, said Han Yu. I won't act rashly. I'm only going to investigate the situation first. There's something else I need your help with. Can you help me find some people to spread the news along the way? Asked Lu Ming. Now that so many early reciprocity experts had been mobilized, Lu Ming was not stupid enough to fight them head-on. That would be courting death. Lu Ming only planned to investigate the situation first and ask Han Yu to help him find some people to spread the news along the way. After all, communication jade talismans would not work if they were too far apart. They would need some people to receive them along the way, like a relay station. That way, the news could be spread quickly. Lu Ming planned to hide and observe first. If the three races had really found the location of the human monarch's heart, he would spread the news. He believed that the various large organizations in the Western universe would be interested in the human monarch's heart. When the time came, he would be able to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to take the human monarch's heart in front of the three races with just Mulan's, Huangling, and Qiuqiu. That's easy. Han Yu agreed. With Han Yu's influence in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, finding some people to spread the news along the way was very simple. Soon, all the people were found. Lu Ming immediately set off with them. Mulan's and Huangling were obviously worried. They wanted to go with Lu Ming, but Lu Ming turned them down sternly. He told them to stay in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm and wait for the news. Lu Ming quickly made his way to the forbidden grounds of 9 elements. Along the way, he would leave someone to spread the news. Communication jade talismans could reach him within this distance. Over a dozen days later, Lu Ming approached the forbidden grounds of 9 elements alone. The territory of the 9 elements forbidden land was very large. Although the living beings of the 3 forbidden lands, including the primordial light clan, had sent people to patrol the area, their numbers were limited. It was impossible for them to monitor the entire area. Lu Ming easily found a gap and rushed in. The 9 elements forbidden land was in ruins. The originally solid ground was now full of cracks. The cracks extended forward as if they had been slashed by a battle sword. Lu Ming speculated that this was most likely left behind by human King Xian Yuan when he killed his way into the 9 elements forbidden land. After that, Lu Ming activated his demonic monarch runes. Mysterious runes appeared on each of his eyeballs. He was checking if there was a formation in the 9 elements forbidden land. The other forbidden lands all had a terrifying formation. That kind of formation was far beyond the origin grade, and it was very likely that it was related to the immortal Tao. It was extremely terrifying. As Shao Chen circulated his Fei King Emperor mark, veined patterns appeared in front of him. It was an array pattern. However, they were all incomplete. There were both the earth and the void, but they were very damaged. They couldn't form a formation at all. They were no longer a threat. If this formation was intact, it would be extremely terrifying. But it's completely torn apart. Was it done by human King Xian Yuan? The power of a human king is so terrifying, Lu Ming exclaimed. The power of a human king was immeasurable. No one knew how strong he was. A forbidden land was flattened just like that. Such forbidden lands were terrifying places even during the Eldritch continent. Countless overlords were terrified when talking about them. They had an extremely deep foundation. The power displayed by the forbidden lands was only the tip of the iceberg. The most important thing was that the true power of these forbidden lands couldn't appear under the origin source tribulation. Otherwise, the Heaven Destroyer and the heavenly human race wouldn't have existed. Even in the prosperous Eldritch continent, there were countless experts and immortals. It was enough to imagine that these forbidden lands were terrifying. However, Lu Ming immediately thought of the human king's body. Legend had it that the human king was killed by an enemy. His body was divided into 7 parts and sealed in 7 different places. Even someone as strong as the human king was killed without a complete corpse. How terrifying was his enemy? What kind of enemy did he encounter in the Eldritch continent? Lu Ming observed for a while and found that there was no danger. His figure flashed and he went deeper into the 9 elements forbidden land. There weren't many people from the 3 races in the forbidden land. It was impossible for them to monitor the vast 9 elements forbidden land. In fact, when Lu Ming came in, he didn't see anyone. However, there were many surveillance formations everywhere. Obviously, they were set up by the 3 races in the forbidden land to monitor. However, Lu Ming now had the monarch marks of the monster race. These surveillance formations couldn't hide from Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming easily avoided these formations and went deeper into the 9 elements forbidden land. Ye Immortal and the 3 races in the forbidden land. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a large number of figures. There were no less than 500 of them. Among them were the Ye Immortal, Gaishak, the Infernal Fiend King, Yuan Siji, and so on. He had arrived. Lu Ming restrained his aura. With a flash of his figure, he hid in a dilapidated mountain peak nearby. He hid among a pile of rocks and carefully observed the situation. It was similar to what he had seen in the breathing shadow stone. The three races in the Forbidden Land really did send many experts. Just by standing there, the space around them constantly rippled due to the pressure of a powerful force. Without a doubt, they were all reciprocity experts. Relatively speaking, early reciprocity experts were easy to see because early reciprocity experts didn't have great control over their own origin energy. Some of their energy would leak out and affect the surrounding illusions. After reaching mid-reciprocity, there would be no such problem. Instead, their energy would be withdrawn and they would return to their original state. Lu Ming glanced around. There were actually over 300 origin experts from the three races in the Forbidden Land. Yes, over 300 origin experts. That was a terrifying number. These were origin experts. The Heaven Destroyer had only accumulated 49 origin experts after 60 stellar years. The Celestial Clan had sent all their experts, but they only had 100 or so origin experts. The three races in the Forbidden Land had casually sent over 300 early reciprocity experts. That was how deep their foundations were. Aside from the three races, the Celestial Clan had also sent over a dozen origin experts. They stood beside Ye Immortal. Further ahead was a huge, deep pit. It was blood-red and covered in inscriptions. They formed a huge formation that was operating at full power. Lu Ming immediately guessed that the pit was very likely the place where the human king's heart blood had dripped. The three races in the Forbidden Land were currently using the formation to refine the human king's heart blood. Looks like it's still early. They need to refine the human king's heart blood first and then use it to find the location of the human king's heart. I'll hide in the shadows for now and not alert them. Once they find the location of the human king's heart, I'll spread the news. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming's plan was to follow them secretly and wait for Yi Wuxiu and the people from the three forbidden clans to find the location of the human king's heart. He would then spread the news and let all the forces fight for it, taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 50-53. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Suddenly, the formation in the deep pit gave off an intense light. It's about to succeed. Someone from the three forbidden races exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement. The sovereign personage's heart blood was about to be extracted. The formation lit up, becoming increasingly resplendent. Strands of scarlet blood qi came out of the deep pit and gathered in the air. The boundless blood qi continuously gathered into a point. The core of this point was the sovereign personage's heart blood. Immediately, a horrifying aura spread out from that point. It was like a universe pressing down on everyone's heart. The people of the three forbidden races and the Yi Immortal nearly fell to their knees. Even Lu Ming, who was far away, could feel the immense pressure. Horrifying. This was the might of a sovereign personage. It was just a drop of heart blood. Furthermore, countless years had passed. It had already seeped deep into the ground and dried up. Now that a strand of it was extracted, it gave off such a strong pressure. The strength of a peak sovereign personage was unimaginable. It was said that the core of a sovereign personage's physical body was concentrated in the sovereign personage's heart. It looked like it was not just a rumor. More and more blood qi came out of the deep pit. This blood qi continuously gathered, and the pressure in the air intensified. The people of the three forbidden races had no choice but to retreat, putting some distance between them and the sovereign personage's heart blood. Lu Ming also retreated silently. After about half a day, no more blood qi came out of the deep pit. However, a drop of blood the size of a fingertip appeared in the air. This was the sovereign personage's heart blood. Of course, this could not be the complete sovereign personage's heart blood. Too much time had passed. Even if it was the sovereign personage's heart blood, a portion of it would have dissipated. Furthermore, given the strength of the Yi Immortal and the three forbidden races, they could not extract the complete sovereign personage's heart blood. This drop of sovereign personage's heart blood was probably only 1/10 of the complete sovereign personage's heart blood. However, the people of the three forbidden races rejoiced. This was enough. They only needed a bit of the sovereign personage's heart blood to guide them to the sovereign personage's heart. With the sovereign personage's heart, they would have a vast amount of sovereign personage's heart blood. If they could extract the essence of the sovereign personage's heart, it would be an unparalleled tonic, more valuable than any divine medicine. Even a transcendent being would be envious. Lay down the formation and collect this drop of sovereign personage's heart blood. An Origin Realm expert from the Primordial Light clan ordered. Although only 1/10 of the human king's heart blood was complete, and after a long period of time, much of its energy had dissipated, it was still not something they could come into contact with. They had to use special methods to collect it. He needed the assistance of a formation. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. That drop of human king's heart blood in the air suddenly erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations. Then, with a bang, it exploded. The human king's heart blood had actually self-detonated. However, after the human monarch's heart blood exploded, it did not completely disperse. Instead, with the human monarch's heart blood as the core, it split into countless strands of blood. Streaks of blood fell to the ground like a spider web and fell back into the deep pit. Lines of blood appeared on the ground. The blood lines intertwined with one another to form a strange pattern. From the looks of it, it was a formation. Rumble. Then, the ground shook violently. The core of the tremors was at the center of the deep pit. What happened? Where's the human monarch's heart blood? Why did it turn into blood and fall back to the ground? The formation we laid down has also disappeared. Why is the ground suddenly shaking? It's like something deep underground is about to come out. The beings from the 3 forbidden races cried out in alarm. This scene had exceeded their expectations. Even the Ye Immortals' face sank. They had not expected this. Rumble. The ground shook more and more violently, as if some colossus was about to charge out from the depths of the earth. Could it be that the human monarch's heart blood had fallen here and seeped into the depths of the earth, giving birth to some terrifying being? Many people could not help but have such a thought. Crack. Suddenly, the deep pit split open. A crack appeared, and as soon as this crack appeared, it rapidly expanded. The crack rapidly extended to both sides, as if it was tearing the earth apart. However, after a while, the crack did not continue to extend and stopped. However, a huge crack had appeared in the ground. Faint blood-red light constantly seeped out from this crack. The strands of blood on the ground gathered together again, forming the shape of a drop of blood. It rushed into the crack and disappeared. Could it be that the human monarch's heart is beneath this crack? Someone cried out in alarm. The eyes of the others flashed, feeling that this was very likely. It's very likely that this region was originally sealed, but when we were refining the human monarch's heart blood, we accidentally opened the seal. The human monarch's heart blood flew in of its own accord. It was probably attracted by the human monarch's heart. What an excellent method. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Who could have imagined that the human monarch's heart was sealed beneath his own heart blood? The 3 forbidden races and the Ye Immortal speculated that the human monarch's heart was probably beneath this crack. Send people in to investigate. In the end, the 3 forbidden races decided to send people in to investigate. There was no telling what dangers lay within the crack. Those who entered had to be prepared to die. The 3 races sent a total of 9 people. Each race sent 3 people, each led by an origin. The other 2 were peak god lords. This is very likely the location of the human monarch's heart. Lu Ming also made this judgment. He had participated in several battles for the human monarch's physical body. Based on his past experience, he felt that the human monarch's physical body should be sealed here. Just as the 3 forbidden races were sending people into the crack to investigate, Lu Ming sent out a message. The message he sent was very simple. The human monarch's heart was in the 9 elements forbidden land. He had Han Yu, Mulans, and the others think of a way to send this message to the major factions in the Western universe. Soon, the message reached Han Yu, Mulans, and the others. Then, through their respective networks, they spread the news in an orderly manner. First, it spread through the Azure Divine Realm like a hurricane. Then, It spread to the 9 demonic spider race and the extreme evil race at an even faster speed. The 6 major factions in the Western universe were all alarmed. Human monarch Xuanyuan's heart had appeared. That was the human monarch's heart. How much was it worth? Heaven Destroyer and the heavenly human race couldn't completely estimate the value of the human monarch's heart. But how could the creatures in the Forbidden Lands not know? Human monarch Xuanyuan was so powerful that he single-handedly flattened 2 Forbidden Lands. He killed so many of the Forbidden Lands that they didn't dare to make a sound. He was unparalleled in the world, and all races bowed their heads. The value of the heart left behind by such a person was simply heaven-defying. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Collect button below to record this time, Chapter 5049. You can read the record when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Myriad Dragon Emperor, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 5054. The 6 major forces in the Western universe were in an uproar. Countless experts rushed toward the 9 elements Forbidden Land. Lu Ming continued to hide in the dark and waited after he sent out the news. Not long after, the 9 experts who had entered the crack to investigate came out. They didn't look any different, nor did they have any injuries. Clearly, they hadn't encountered any danger in the crack. Not long after the 9 people came out, the experts of the Yi Immortal and the 3 forbidden races took action and rushed into the crack. Of course, they left behind some experts to guard the outside. If anything happened, they could inform the people in the crack immediately. Just a few days after the Yi Immortal and the others entered the crack, many experts from the 6 major forces in the Western universe arrived in advance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a large number of figures appeared in the area. Damn it, why are there so many people here? Have we been discovered? The expressions of the people from the 3 forbidden races changed drastically. Everyone, the primordial light race, the baleful Een race, and the blue sea race are here for business. Please leave. An early-stage origin expert from the primordial light race exuded a powerful aura as he shouted. Ridiculous. Does the 9 elements Forbidden Land belong to you 3 races? Get lost. If you stop us, we'll send you on your way. The 9 demonic spider, the extreme evil race, and some other experts shouted coldly. As creatures from the Forbidden Lands, they weren't afraid of the primordial light race, the baleful Een race, or the blue sea race. Moreover, they had come with 6 major forces, while the other party only had 3. What was there to be afraid of? Everyone, please give us some face so that we can meet again in the future. An origin expert from the blue sea race said. You want to take the human monarch's heart for yourselves, right? Ridiculous. Your territory is in the Eastern universe. You came to our Western universe and want to take our treasures for yourselves. Ridiculous. An expert from the human race shouted coldly, directly revealing the human monarch's heart. Of course, he had a motive for doing so. His motive was to provoke a conflict between the Forbidden Lands in the Eastern and Western universes. This would only benefit the human race. Relatively speaking, the strength of these Forbidden Lands was too strong. In the Western universe, there were 5 living beings from the Forbidden Lands. In the Eastern universe, there were 3 living beings from the Forbidden Lands. As for the human clan, there was only one Azure Divine Realm. If these living beings from the Forbidden Lands joined forces, the human clan would be doomed. Fortunately, the creatures of the Forbidden Lands were constantly fighting with each other. If they could intensify the conflict between the Forbidden Lands, the human race would have a chance to breathe. Sure enough, the creatures in the Forbidden Lands in the Western universe were in an uproar. Creatures like the 9 demonic spider and the extreme evil tribe were already extremely evil. They were rude and overbearing, and they would do anything for their own benefits. Why would they care about the primordial light tribe? What's the point of talking so much with them? Let's charge in. That's right. Kill anyone who stands in our way. Experts from the 9 demonic spider and the extreme evil tribe shouted as they charged toward the people from the primordial light tribe, the baleful Een tribe, and the blue sea tribe. At the same time, the Dark Sky Vine tribe and the Dark Sky warriors also rushed toward the crack. There were at least a few thousand people from the 6 great forces in the Western universe. Among them, there were no less than 200 Origin Realm experts. They were only the first to arrive from the 6 great forces. Who knew how many more people were on their way? The people from the 3 forbidden lands in the Eastern universe could not stop so many experts from the Western universe. When they saw so many experts rushing toward them, they knew that they could not stop them. They roared angrily and took the lead to charge into the crack. Even if they attacked, they would only be courting death. They were very straightforward and ran away. Then, they passed the news to those who had entered the crack. Whoosh whoosh, thousands of experts from the 6 great forces in the Western universe also charged into the crack. At this moment, Lu Ming moved as well. He turned into a bolt of lightning and followed the crowd into the crack. The crack was straight down. No one knew how deep it was. Faint red blood chi constantly seeped out from below. The further down he went, the wider the crack became. Before long, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened. As expected, there's a world under the crack. Lu Ming muttered. There was indeed a continent sealed under the crack. It was a world of its own. This was very similar to the place where the human monarch's body had been sealed. The human monarch's body had been sealed in the world of rings. It was a continent surrounded by rings of light. As for the world of rings, it had originally been sealed in the 1,000-year battlefield. When the world of rings had appeared, it had forcibly ripped apart the main continent of the 1,000-year battlefield. Now that he saw the human monarch's heart sealed in a continent, he was not surprised. Perhaps the human monarch's body was too extraordinary. Only such a seal could be secure. The person who had sealed the human monarch's body had gone to great lengths. The world under the crack was very large. Lu Ming extended his spiritual sense and discovered that he could not find the end. The people who had charged in all rushed in different directions. Whoever could find the human monarch's heart first would have to depend on their luck. Several thousand people quickly disappeared into this vast world. Lu Ming also chose a direction at random and flew rapidly. At the same time, he extended his spiritual sense and observed the surroundings, guarding against danger. However, this world was completely different from the world that sealed the human monarch's body. The world of rings that sealed the human monarch's body was filled with vitality. Large numbers of desolate beasts resided there. There were even many powerful Origin Realm desolate beasts. Now, Lu Ming already understood that desolate beasts were similar to the Fey race. They existed in the Great Desolate Universe as well. Strictly speaking, they were the Fey race that had not developed their intelligence. They possessed great strength but had low intelligence. They were called desolate beasts. However, although the continent before him could not be said to be dead, there were no living creatures. Even if he occasionally encountered a few living creatures, they were just ordinary wild beasts with weak strength. Lu Ming flew for a long time but did not discover any powerful desolate beasts. Suddenly, Lu Ming, who was flying, came to a sudden stop. This was because he had sensed a terrifying danger just now. There was a powerful being lurking in the dark, bearing intense hostility towards him. Who is it? Lu Ming scanned the surroundings and gave a cold shout. Your spiritual sense is rather sharp. With a sneer, the space rippled and a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was an old man in luxurious purple robes. His snow-white hair was combed neatly. However, his gaze towards Lu Ming was filled with killing intent. A human. This person was a human, not a creature of the Forbidden Grounds. Moreover, he was an Origin Realm expert. Who are Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao to you? Lu Ming asked. The humans in the Azure Divine Realm were only Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao's relatives who wanted to kill him. As for the others, Lu Ming knew that he had not offended them, so there was no reason for them to harbor such intense killing intent towards him. Chapter 50-55. Pang Xiao is my grandson, said the white-haired old man. His eyes were cold like two swords that wanted to pierce through Lu Ming. It really had something to do with Pang Xiao. He had learned that Pang Xiao's backer was not to be underestimated. There were 5 or 6 Origin Realm cultivators, including one above the Origin Realm. Even in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, Peng Zhao's clan was considered powerful. Now that an early Origin Realm cultivator had awakened, someone from Peng Zhao's clan had also awakened. However, he had never thought that they would target Lu Ming so quickly. Lu Ming, how dare you kill Peng Zhao? Die! The white-haired old man shouted coldly. He circulated his origin energy and his body was enveloped by a layer of azure energy. His killing intent became even stronger. In fact, he had been targeting Lu Ming for a long time. When Enchanting broke through, he was at the scene and saw Lu Ming. However, he knew very well that it was not the time to make a move. Later, when Lu Ming returned to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, it was not the time to make a move. Lu Ming's talent was too great. He had broken through 4 times and was number 1 in the human race. With such talent, those Origin Realm cultivators in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm could not just watch Lu Ming be killed. He knew very well that it was not a good time to make a move, whether it was at the place where Enchanting had broken through or in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Therefore, he had been waiting secretly and finally had an opportunity. The Land of 9 Elements was an opportunity. As soon as he entered the crack, he had been hiding in the surroundings. When he finally saw Lu Ming enter, he secretly followed him, looking for an opportunity to make a move. However, he did not expect Lu Ming's spiritual sense to be so sharp. He had only leaked a little bit of his aura and Lu Ming had sensed it. Since he had been sensed and his sneak attack had failed, he would attack head-on. So what if he had broken through 4 times? He would still die. Whoosh! The white-haired old man suddenly attacked. He was too fast, like a bolt of green lightning, charging towards Lu Ming. A green palm blasted towards Lu Ming. The void collapsed as the palm energy swept towards Lu Ming. Its power was terrifying. On the green hand was a green glove that emitted a metallic luster. Without a doubt, this was a source-level divine weapon. The creatures in the Forbidden Grounds had a deep foundation, so they didn't lack soul-grade weapons. Almost all the Origin Realm existences had soul-grade weapons, unlike the Heavenly Human Clan and the Heaven Destroyer. Most of the Origin Realm existences lacked soul-grade weapons. The source energy of an source-grade divine weapon was the true source energy, and its combat prowess was formidable. Wang! Lu Ming swung his spear of the divine battle god and slammed it against the green palm. Where the two collided, the void exploded, turning into chaos and hazy. Immediately after, the two of them retreated at the same time and quickly began to fight again. Qingluo's ultimate move. The white-haired old man used his ultimate move, and his moves were terrifying. This was his Genesis art, and every move contained terrifying killing intent. He wanted to crush Lu Ming to pieces. The white-haired old man was obviously not an ordinary source energy. He had already comprehended his own Genesis art and possessed a soul-grade weapon. His combat prowess was far inferior to the weakest source energy. Back then, when the 3 races of the Forbidden Grounds and the Yi Immortal had attacked the Heaven Destroyer, the source energy in the Heaven Destroyer had awakened as the Starfire Source Sovereign. But the Starfire Source Sovereign was the weakest source energy. He hadn't comprehended any Genesis art, nor did he have a soul-grade weapon. In the beginning, he could only fight evenly with an invincible divine master. And source energy like the Starfire Source Sovereign was only equivalent to an invincible divine master. As for the white-haired old man, he had comprehended a Genesis art and possessed a soul-grade weapon. His combat prowess was extremely strong, far surpassing that of an invincible divine master. For a time, Lu Ming was suppressed. No wonder the old man was so confident. No matter how strong a divine master was, even if he had broken through 4 times, so what? His foundation was too weak. Bang! The two exchanged more than a dozen moves in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming was hit. His shoulder was hit by a palm, and it almost shattered. His bones were cracked, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Lu Ming retreated rapidly. Where do you think you're going? Today is the day you die. The white-haired old man roared and chased after Lu Ming at full speed. Today, he was determined to kill Lu Ming. This was because he was also very wary. Lu Ming's talent was too terrifying. Once he broke through to the source energy realm, his combat prowess would be astonishing. For example, once Enchanting broke through to the source energy realm, he would be almost invincible in the initial origin realm. He did not think that Lu Ming could break through to the source energy realm like Enchanting. However, one should not forget that there were only a few hundred years until the end of the source energy realm. After a few hundred years, with Lu Ming's talent, he would definitely break through to the source energy realm. Once Lu Ming broke through to the source energy realm, his combat prowess would crush him. Therefore, if he could kill Lu Ming now, he could not leave it for the future. Lu Ming tried his best to resist and used all his means, but he was still no match. He kept retreating, and after more than 10 moves, he was hit again. Half of his body was split open, and he kept coughing up blood. His aura was weak. Ha ha ha, Pang Luo, don't hide anymore. Lu Ming is already heavily injured and dying. There's no need to launch a sneak attack. Let's attack together and kill him quickly so as not to attract other people. The white-haired old man's voice rang out. Whoosh! A sword light rushed out from the right side of Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. The sword light was cold and cut open the space. It was very terrifying. Without a doubt, this was another reciprocity expert. Lu Ming sneered. As expected, there were still experts from Pang Zhao's faction hiding in the dark. Pang Zhao's faction had 5 or 6 reciprocity experts. Normally, breaking through to reciprocity would become more difficult the further one progressed. As a result, early reciprocity experts were the most numerous in the reciprocity realm. The further one progressed, the fewer there were. Pang Zhao's faction had 5 or 6 reciprocity experts, so there should be more than one early reciprocity expert. Lu Ming had always wondered if there were still people lying in ambush. As expected, he had guessed correctly. There was still one more person lying in ambush, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Now that he saw Lu Ming on the verge of death and was about to be killed, there was no need for an ambush at all. He directly charged out and worked with the white-haired old man to kill Lu Ming as quickly as possible. However, Lu Ming did not panic at all. This was all an illusion. He had done it on purpose. Otherwise, how could he be so heavily injured and on the verge of death with his vitality? He could easily recover from such injuries. And now, his vitality was even more terrifying. It could not be measured by common sense. The forbidden origin power circulated, causing every cell in his body to glow. Lu Ming's injuries rapidly healed. At the same time, his body rapidly swelled, turning into a 3-foot-tall giant in an instant. A Genesis technique. Lu Ming had finally used a Genesis technique. He had not used a Genesis technique in the battle with the white-haired old man earlier because he wanted to appear weak and make the old man underestimate him. At the same time, he could lure out the person hiding in the dark. Now, Lu Ming had achieved his goal. The white-haired old man had already begun to underestimate Lu Ming when he saw that Lu Ming was on the verge of death. He believed that it was impossible for Lu Ming to counterattack. All of his power had been used on offense. The amount of power he used on defense was basically 0. Chapter 50-56. The white-haired elder poured all of his power into this attack. His azure palm glowed as essence power swirled around it. This was the manifestation of a Genesis technique pushed to the limit. He wanted to join forces with Pang Luo to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was fearless. His 3-feet-tall body glowed, forming a thin film that adhered to Lu Ming's skin. This thin film was the ultimate manifestation of Lu Ming's various defensive secret techniques. Lu Ming had already forgotten all of the secret techniques he had mastered in the past. However, he had not completely thrown them away. These secret techniques had seeped into Lu Ming's body and fused with him, creating Lu Ming's Genesis techniques. One could say that Lu Ming's body had grown to 3 feet after using a Genesis technique. His body was the embodiment of countless secret techniques. Every inch of his body was a secret technique. All of his defensive secret techniques had transformed into this thin film. Although it was just a thin film, its defensive power was astonishingly strong. Next, the top source-grade battle armor glowed and enveloped his body. Bang! The white-haired elder's azure palm slammed into Lu Ming's heart, but failed to break through Lu Ming's defense. Lu Ming's body only staggered a little before blocking the palm. Next, the war god's spear in Lu Ming's hand swept out. This spear seemed simple, but divine light swirled around it. This was another manifestation of over 1,000 offensive secret techniques. One could say that although Lu Ming's spear seemed simple, it contained the power of over 1,000 offensive ancient secret techniques. This was Lu Ming's Genesis technique. After transforming into a 3 feet tall body, as long as he could maintain his source power, any one of his attacks would be equivalent to someone else's Genesis technique. The white-haired elder's pupils rapidly widened, revealing a look of horror. It was already too late for him to defend himself. He had not expected Lu Ming to still be able to counterattack when he was already on the verge of death. Moreover, his counterattack was so terrifying. All of his strength had been used to attack. The amount of strength he used to defend was almost zero. How could he block Lu Ming's attack? With a bang, the white-haired old man's body exploded, revealing the Genesis root within. The old man's soul screamed as he tried to escape with the origin root. But how could Lu Ming let him escape? The war god's spear trembled slightly, and a terrifying destructive force erupted, bombarding the white-haired old man's origin root. Clang! It was as if he had struck a divine weapon. The sturdiness of the Genesis root was astonishingly high. Unfortunately, it was ultimately unable to withstand Lu Ming's attack. In the next instant, the white-haired old man's Genesis root completely exploded, and the soul residing within was also completely destroyed. Originally, with the white-haired old man's battle strength, it would have been impossible for Lu Ming to kill him so easily even if Lu Ming had used a Genesis technique. After all, the white-haired old man had grasped a Genesis technique, and also possessed an origin-grade weapon. Even amongst the initial origin experts, he could be considered an expert. If Lu Ming went all out, even if he was slightly stronger than the other party, it would still be very difficult to kill him. However, Lu Ming had shown weakness from the very beginning, causing the other party to be careless and underestimate him. As a result, Lu Ming was able to kill him in a single strike. The other middle-aged man was called Pang Luo. He had originally planned on joining forces with the white-haired old man to kill Lu Ming, but when he saw this scene, his guts almost shattered from fright. His entire body turned cold as he rapidly retreated. He had yet to comprehend a Genesis technique, so his battle strength was still a far cry from the white-haired old man's. How could he possibly dare to clash with Lu Ming? It's too late to leave now. Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. He had purposely shown weakness earlier to make the white-haired old man underestimate him, and also to draw out the person hiding in the shadows. He wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. How could he possibly allow them to escape? As the forbidden origin power circulated, a pair of wings grew out of Lu Ming's back. The wings were golden yellow, the embodiment of all the ancient speed-type secret techniques. Combining the essence of all the ancient speed-type secret techniques, just how terrifying was his speed? Swish! With a flap of his wings, Lu Ming's body caught up to Pang Luo at a speed several times faster than lightning. It could be said that Lu Ming's overall combat strength had been raised to a terrifying level when he used Genesis techniques. From this, one could see just how terrifying the Genesis technique Lu Ming had comprehended was. This was his one and only Genesis technique, a combination of 3,000 ancient secret techniques, several tens of thousands of ordinary secret techniques, and his own forbidden origin power. Even Lu Ming himself did not have much of an idea of how powerful it was. Only through constant battles and constant use would Lu Ming be able to continuously develop the various mysteries and powers of this Genesis technique. In practically a single breath, Lu Ming had caught up to Pang Luo. The war god's spear rapidly grew in size as it slammed towards Pang Luo. Let's die together. Pang Luo's eyes turned red when he saw that he could not escape. With a furious roar, he counterattacked with all his strength. After all, he had a source-grade divine weapon and was very powerful. However, there was still a huge gap between him and Lu Ming when he attacked with all his strength. Clang! A single move caused Pang Luo's body to violently tremble as he was sent flying backwards, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. How can he be so strong? He's only a god master, how can he be so strong? The rumors don't match. It's impossible for someone who has broken through 4 times to possess such strength. Could it be that he has broken through 5 times? Pang Luo roared in his heart. He could not be any more shocked. Someone who had broken through 5 times was extremely rare even in the great desolate continent of the previous era. They were the main characters of an era, invincible experts that could sweep away their peers. How could there be such a monster in this era? The great desolate universe and the heart of the universe were shattered. How could there be such a monster? Pang Luo roared in his heart. Kill! Lu Ming roared as he continuously attacked. The war god's spear was surrounded by divine light and every strike seemed to be able to pierce through the universe and knock down a bunch of stars. It was too powerful. Pang Luo could not withstand it at all. In just a few moves, his body was penetrated by the war god's spear. A terrifying force exploded from within Pang Luo's body, blasting his body into pieces. His body exploded, leaving only his origin source. However, Pang Luo was far inferior to the white-haired elder. Several cracks appeared on his origin source and his origin source energy kept leaking out. Lu Ming's war god's spear swept out again. This time, Pang Luo's origin source energy completely exploded and even his soul was annihilated. At this point, both origin source energy had been killed by Lu Ming. This was the first time Lu Ming had killed origin source energy with his own battle prowess. He had killed 2 powerful origin source energy the moment he attacked. The battle prowess of these 2 origin source energy was not something that the Starfire Origin Sovereign could compare to. They were much stronger than the Starfire Origin Sovereign. However, they had both died at Lu Ming's hands. With a wave of his hand, their storage pouches flew into Lu Ming's hand and were put away by Lu Ming. Of course, Lu Ming did not let go of their origin source weapons either. Little Ball's appetite was very big. Even if he did not give it to Little Ball, he could still take back the Heaven Destroyer. Although the Heaven Destroyer had many origin source energy sources, it still lacked an origin source weapon. My Genesis techniques are stronger than I imagined, muttered Lu Ming. Chapter 50-57. Lu Ming was very satisfied with his own Genesis techniques. They were stronger than he had imagined, and even more mysterious. Combining the strengths of all the ancient secret techniques, it could be said that they were very strong in every aspect, without any shortcomings. Other people's Genesis techniques were either focused on attack, defense, or speed. Being able to possess even 2 of these characteristics was already very astonishing. However, Lu Ming's Genesis techniques were very well-rounded in terms of defense, attack, and speed, and even had other support techniques. Moreover, they were also much stronger than the ancient secret techniques he had learned before. They had no shortcomings at all. This was practically heaven-defying. If others were to learn of this, they would likely be dumbstruck. However, Lu Ming estimated that there was still a lot of room for improvement in his Genesis techniques. There was still a lot of potential that had yet to be unearthed. In truth, Genesis techniques that had just been comprehended were all about the same. They all had a lot of potential. How could a person who had just comprehended a Genesis technique be the same as an old monster who had been stuck at the origin stage for several hundred star years? Some talented people might only comprehend the first form of a Genesis technique when they had just comprehended it. Later on, they would comprehend the second form, the third form and so on, pushing the power of the Genesis technique to greater heights. Of course, not every Genesis technique could be continuously improved. In the end, it still depended on the potential of the Genesis technique and the comprehension ability of the user. Some Genesis techniques had limited potential. No matter how much time was spent, they would not be able to improve by much. This was unless the user's comprehension ability was truly heaven-defying, able to turn something rotten into something magical. Of course, such examples were extremely rare, but they were not completely non-existent. Lu Ming reflected on the previous battle, summarizing his experience. His figure then flashed, leaving the area and continuing in his original direction. In the next 2 days, Lu Ming did not find anything. This world was just too big. Lu Ming did not have any direction. After searching for 2 days, he still did not find anything. There were only some ordinary plants and wild beasts in this world. There was nothing else, and he did not find any clues about the human king's heart. In fact, he did not even come across anyone else. It was obvious that this world was just too big. With several thousand people scattered throughout, it would not be easy to come across them. However, Lu Ming estimated that there were more than a few thousand people who had entered this world. The experts from the 6 great powers in the Western universe were still rushing over. In the past 2 days, even more experts had entered the forbidden land of 9 elements. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened. In front of them, there was a red pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. The red pillar of light illuminated half of the sky. It could be seen even from far away. Vaguely, one could see a stalk of divine medicine dancing in the red pillar of light. A top-notch source-grade divine medicine. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was all too familiar with top-tier source-grade divine herbs. He could tell at a glance that it was a top-tier source-grade divine herb. That pillar of light was most likely emitted by a top-tier source-grade divine herb. The divine herb in the pillar of light was only an illusory image. It was most likely a reflection of a top-tier source-grade divine herb. This world actually had top-notch source-level divine medicines, which made Lu Ming very surprised. Moreover, Lu Ming was a little suspicious. Why would a top-notch source-grade divine herb emit such a pillar of light? Top-notch source-grade divine herbs had always been very low-key. If they were too high-profile, they would be taken away by other creatures. Why would a top-notch source-grade divine herb that had always been low-key be like this? Was there a problem? However, the temptation of a top-notch source-grade divine herb was too great. In the end, Lu Ming decided to take a look first. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed in that direction. Soon, he approached the pillar of light. Kill! Get out of the way. The top-notch source-grade divine herb is mine. Many people had arrived earlier than Lu Ming and were already fighting with each other. Lu Ming saw a basin in front of him. In the middle of the basin, there was a blood-red altar that looked ancient and weathered. Not far from the altar was a stalk of divine medicine. It was also blood-red and half a meter tall. There were 2 fruits on it, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. Even though Lu Ming was still a distance away, he could smell the medicinal fragrance. It was a top-notch source-grade divine herb. There was no doubt about it. There were more than a dozen people in the field, mixed together. These people came from 3 different forces. The 9 demonic spider, the extreme evil tribe, and the heavenly vine. However, there were no experts among them, not even a single origin. They were all divine masters. The strongest among them was only at the 2nd break extreme realm. Lu Ming smiled. It seemed that there were no experts in this area. There were only a few divine masters. Then, he was determined to get this top-notch source-grade divine herb. Lu Ming no longer concealed himself. He took a step forward and a powerful aura spread out. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. The dozen people in the melee were shocked when they saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming was a monster who could compete with Enchanting. How could they not be afraid? Get out! Lu Ming shouted coldly. The faces of the dozen people at the scene turned ugly. However, they did not dare to fight with Lu Ming. Even if they joined forces, they would not be Lu Ming's match. They would be easily killed by Lu Ming. The difference between the 2nd break extreme realm and the 4th break extreme realm was too big. Let's go. In the end, the Dark Sky Vine tribe was the first to leave. Then, the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil tribe left one after another. Lu Ming did not stop them. If he attacked, he could naturally kill all of them. However, he had no grudge against the Dark Sky Vine tribe. Enchanting had helped him before. He had no reason to kill the Dark Sky Vine tribe. If he did not kill the Dark Sky Vine tribe, the news would spread if he killed the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil tribe. Although he had a grudge against the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil tribe, he only had a grudge against one of the 2 tribes. He did not have a grudge against all of them. However, if he killed the people of the 2 tribes as soon as he saw them, he would really have a grudge against the 2 tribes. Lu Ming was already at a disadvantage against the Primordial Light tribe, the Blue Sea tribe, and the Malevolent Een tribe. He did not want to make more enemies if there was no need. After all, there were only a few hundred years left until the Origin Tribulation. After the people of the 3 tribes left, Lu Ming rushed toward the top source level divine herb. The strange thing was that the top source level divine herb did not run away. This puzzled Lu Ming. He could not help but stop and observe carefully. He did not attack immediately. How disappointing. It actually ended without a fight. Brat, you've spoiled my plans. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Lu Ming immediately located the location of the voice. It came from the blood-red altar. The blood-red light on the altar became even more intense. Then, a figure appeared on the altar. The figure was in the shape of a human, but it was clearly not a physical body. It was illusory, as if it was a soul. Chapter 50-58. The figure that appeared on the blood-red altar was blood-red in color. It wasn't a physical body, but a soul. His blood-red eyes stared at Lu Ming with greed. I can feel that you have a powerful soul. Very well, it's enough to make up for the loss of those people. Die. The blood-red figure let out an ear-piercing cry, like a demon from hell. Then, he pounced on Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Humph. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He circulated his taboo force, and the war god's spear suddenly swept out. The void trembled and collapsed as it swept toward the blood-red figure with terrifying power. Boom! The war god's spear struck the blood-red figure, causing his body to tremble as he retreated. However, the greed in his eyes grew even more intense. Jiao spoke, what strength, but he still has to die. After saying that, the blood-red figure rushed toward Lu Ming again at an even more astonishing speed. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming attacked continuously, and powerful forces continued to attack his opponent. However, this time, the blood-red figure kept dodging Lu Ming's attacks at an astonishing speed. He quickly approached Lu Ming and slapped out. A palm force whizzed out, rushing toward Lu Ming. It was so fast that even Lu Ming couldn't avoid it. With a bang, Lu Ming was hit by the palm, causing him to retreat quickly. What a strange palm force. It can actually ignore the defense of a top-tier source-grade battle armor and directly attack the soul. Lu Ming's mind turned rapidly. He realized that the blood-red figure's attack wasn't aimed at the physical body, but the soul. The palm force just now directly penetrated Lu Ming's defense and attacked Lu Ming's soul. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's soul was scattered in the cells of his body. The opponent's palm force couldn't focus on Lu Ming's soul at all. It could only attack a small portion of the soul in the cells. It had almost no effect on Lu Ming. However, the blood-red figure didn't know that. He thought that Lu Ming had been hit and that his soul had been severely damaged. He screamed and charged toward Lu Ming, wanting to finish off Lu Ming once and for all. Lu Ming deliberately pretended to be injured. When the blood-red figure approached, Lu Ming used a Genesis technique and raised his battle strength to the peak. The war god's spear was like a mountain range, suppressing the blood-red figure. Ah! This time, the blood-red figure let out a scream as his body was directly scattered. Lu Ming, who had cast the Genesis technique, was too powerful. It had exceeded the limits of what the blood-red figure could withstand. This time, the blood-red figure was severely injured. The blood-red figure's body was torn apart, but it was not dead yet. The torn pieces of its body quickly retreated and gathered together not too far away. However, it was clear that he was severely injured. His body had become much more illusory, like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. His aura had also become much weaker. Why isn't your soul? Why isn't it? No, it's not that there's no soul, it's just scattered. What's going on? The blood-red figure roared, unable to figure it out. Generally speaking, the soul of a person below the origin realm resided in the sea of consciousness. Only after reaching the origin realm would the soul reside in the Genesis root and use the origin power in the Genesis root to nourish the soul. Time to send you on your way. Lu Ming coldly shouted as he strode forward. The war god's spear once again slammed down, enveloping the blood-red figure. The blood-red figure was already injured and couldn't avoid the attack. It was struck again, and the body that had just reunited was once again shattered into pieces. However, the blood-red figure's vitality was really tenacious. After being shattered again, it still didn't die and reunited not far away. Its aura was even more withered, and its body was even more illusory, as if it could collapse at any time. Die. Lu Ming's killing intent soared into the sky as he continued to attack. No matter how tenacious one's vitality was, it would be completely destroyed under the constant attacks. Don't kill me, let me go, I can help you. The blood-red figure was finally afraid and loudly begged for mercy. However, Lu Ming was unmoved, and the war god's spear continued to press down. I know you're here to find the human king's heart. I can help you find it, the blood-red figure continued to roar. Lu Ming's attack suddenly stopped. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with bewilderment as he stared at the blood-red figure and said, You can help me find the human king's heart? That's right. I entered this place countless years ago to find the human king's heart. I've already found the location of the human king's heart. The blood-red figure shouted. Do you think I'll believe you? How could Lu Ming believe the other party so easily? I'm telling the truth. I'm also a human. Why would I lie to you? The blood-red figure shouted. On this point, the other party didn't lie, and there was no need for him to speak. Lu Ming could sense from the other party's soul fluctuation that the other party was indeed a human. Tell me in detail, what's your origin? Why are you here? Lu Ming asked. Immediately, the blood-red figure started to explain in detail. The blood-red figure was called Guqian. He was a human during the era of the prehistoric continent. Later on, the prehistoric continent collapsed and he was lucky enough to survive. Moreover, he and his companions found the place where the human king's heart was sealed. Using a special method, they entered this place and found the place where the human king's heart was sealed. According to Guqian, they were humans. The human king's heart was a heaven-defying opportunity for them. It could help them continuously transform, evolve, and purify their bloodline. It could even help them break through the immortal Tao and smoothly transcend. Unfortunately, greed blinded their eyes. He was betrayed by his companions. The two of them broke out into a fierce battle. In the end, although Guqian managed to kill his companions, he himself was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Only a wisp of his remnant soul survived until now. Originally, seeing that Lu Ming was also a human, he wanted to devour Lu Ming's soul to make up for himself. Unexpectedly, although Lu Ming was only a divine master, his combat strength was beyond imagination. Lu Ming carefully thought about Guqian's words and found that everything was very reasonable and there were no flaws. Lead the way. Lead me to the human king's heart and I can let you go. Of course, if you want to play any tricks, I will completely obliterate you. Lu Ming said coldly. Don't worry, I won't play any tricks. I only beg you to let me go. Of course, it would be best if you can take me away from here. Guqian said. All right, lead the way. Lu Ming said. Of course, Lu Ming could not completely trust the other party. He was still secretly on guard against the other party. Although Guqian's attack did not have any effect on him, who knew what kind of strange methods this old monster would have? Naturally, he had to be on guard. All right, follow me. I will lead you to the human king's heart. After Guqian finished speaking, he turned around and flew in a direction. The moment he turned around, an extremely cold killing intent flashed across Guqian's eyes. There was also a mocking smile. It was very obscure and disappeared in a flash. Lu Ming did not notice it. Chapter 50-59. The direction that Gu Qian was leading was almost the same as the direction that Lu Ming was heading. This meant that Lu Ming's luck was pretty good and he had not gone in the wrong direction. Half a day later, they had already covered a large distance. Suddenly, shwa shwa, a powerful aura burst out as several figures appeared on the horizon and rushed toward Lu Ming. Even though they were still some distance away, the powerful aura had already locked onto Lu Ming. Nine demonic spider, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The newcomers were the experts of the Nine demonic spider race. Among them, there were 2 origins and 3 divine lords. Lu Ming even recognized one of them. It was Zhu Tian. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. To think that they would meet here. The 2 origins of the Nine demonic spider had already locked onto Lu Ming. Moreover, their speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Lu Ming. The 2 origins surrounded Lu Ming, one on the left and one on the right. Then, Zhu Tian and the other 2 divine lords came to a stop not far away. Lu Ming, you can hide today, but can you hide forever? Today is the day of your death. Letting you sleep in the sealed place of the human king's heart is also your fortune. Zhu Tian said, his face extremely cold and his eyes filled with cold killing intent. He hated Lu Ming to the core. Back then, he had been suppressed by Lu Ming and was forced to wander the universe. Not only that, Lu Ming had also used him and the Nine demonic spider race to exchange for 2 top-grade soul-level divine medicines. He had long become a laughingstock. Over the years, his inner demons had been growing, making it difficult for his cultivation to progress. Only by killing Lu Ming could he get rid of his inner demons. Seniors, don't kill him yet. Cripple him completely. I want to kill him with my own hands. Zhu Tian said. If he did not kill Lu Ming with his own hands, he would not be able to get rid of his inner demons. Don't worry, he will definitely die. One of the 9 demonic spiders said coldly, full of confidence. He had the right to be confident. He wasn't an ordinary source. Not only did he possess a source-grade divine weapon, but he had also comprehended Genesis techniques. Even if Lu Ming had broken through 4 times, he was confident that he could suppress him. Furthermore, the other origin was no weaker than him. If the 2 of them joined hands, Lu Ming would definitely die. Kill! Lu Ming suddenly shouted and took the initiative to attack. He blasted out 2 moves and then rushed in a certain direction. Lu Ming did not use any Genesis techniques. Instead, he feigned an attack before breaking through in a certain direction. No one knew that he already had the battle prowess of someone who had broken through 5 times. This was his greatest advantage. First, he would let the other party underestimate him. Then, he would suddenly explode and deal a fatal blow to the other party. Don't even think about leaving. Little thief, you want to break through? Dream on. The 2 source-level cultivators shouted loudly, attacking with all their strength, unleashing their most powerful attacks. Both of them were existences who had comprehended Genesis techniques. Coupled with the power of their source-grade divine weapons, their all-out attack was extremely terrifying. Even a monster who had broken through 4 times wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be seriously injured. Puff! Lu Ming was no match for them and was seriously injured. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood as his figure retreated. A peerless monster is nothing more than this. Cripple him. The 2 source-level cultivators shouted coldly and ruthlessly as they continued to attack. They wanted to completely cripple Lu Ming. My chance is here. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The 2 source-level cultivators of the 9 demonic spider saw that Lu Ming was seriously injured and regarded Lu Ming as a fish on the chopping block. They no longer took Lu Ming seriously. That's right, they had clearly estimated the battle prowess of someone who had broken through 4 times. Lu Ming was indeed no longer a threat. They would never have dreamed that Lu Ming had broken through 5 times. The main reason was that it was too rare to break through 5 times. Even during the primeval continent era, there weren't many people who could achieve it. Most of the time, there wouldn't be a single person in an era. Only in a great era would there be several people on the same level. That was during the primeval continent era and was far from what the current era could compare to. It was already a miracle for someone to break through 4 times in the current era. In fact, Enchanting and Wu Ju weren't people of this era. They had been sealed countless years ago until now. In this era, before Lu Ming appeared, there was no existence of someone who had broken through 4 times. Breaking through 4 times was already a miracle, let alone 5 times. Therefore, they believed that Lu Ming was seriously injured and didn't have the strength to fight back. They had completely calculated Lu Ming's strength. No matter what, he wouldn't be able to make any waves. This was exactly the same as the white-haired elder of the Pang family. Qiu. Qiu flew out and a beam of light shot towards one of the source-level cultivators. It was Qiu's ultimate move, the illusory light beam. Qiu's cultivation had reached peak Godmaster a long time ago and he had been accumulating over the years. Back in the Violet Heaven, he had devoured a large number of damaged weapons. Some of the damaged weapons were of extremely high grades and were unfathomable. He had also devoured a large number of metal materials. After leaving the Violet Heaven, Lu Ming would feed Qiu whenever he found a damaged weapon that he could no longer use. If it were not for the fact that he was in the midst of a crisis, Qiu would have broken through long ago and reached reciprocity. Qiu's constitution was extremely special. As long as he had enough metal materials or weapons to devour, he could constantly evolve and break through. Although Qiu's cultivation had not broken through after all these years, he had been constantly accumulating and accumulating. The quantitative change had reached a qualitative change, and his strength had been constantly increasing. However, Lu Ming had improved even faster in the past few years. Many times, there was no room for Qiu to perform. In reality, Qiu's current battle prowess was extremely impressive. He probably possessed the strength to break through 3 times. In particular, the power of the illusory light beam was even more profound. Even Origin Realm existences would be greatly affected if they were enveloped by it. The Origin Realm being enveloped by the illusory light beam was immediately dazed for a split second. That split second was enough to decide life and death. The moment Qiu attacked, Lu Ming had already used a Genesis technique. He grew to 3 feet tall and struck with his spear, turning into a dazzling, eternal and indestructible spear that stabbed towards the Origin Realm being enveloped by the illusory light beam. The spear directly pierced his opponent's dantian and stabbed into his Origin Realm. The Origin Realm being of the 9 demonic spider had never imagined that Lu Ming would be able to unleash such a terrifying attack. As a result, it was already too late for him to send his soul into the roots of his Origin Realm. Crack. Bang. The Origin Realm being directly blasted apart. Even his soul had been completely destroyed. It seemed like only a hole had been pierced through his opponent's dantian, but in reality, he no longer possessed any signs of life. His soul had been completely destroyed. Lu Ming did not stop at all after piercing his soul. He rapidly retreated, charging towards another Origin Realm being and throwing a punch. Lu Ming's fist was surrounded by rays of divine light. They were all formed from various secret techniques and possessed terrifying power. Even without the War God's spear, Lu Ming's punch was enough to shatter space and destroy countless stars. The Origin Realm being resisted with all his strength, but he was unable to do so. He was sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Even his arm had exploded.